engine to design to everything manufactured locally. And I just learned 5 minutes ago that not only that, he has also recently developed some engine which does not involve any rare earth magnets. Now, for all those who are following what's going on around the world, you can clearly see the importance of what this development could mean for Telangana and India. And finally, we have my colleague, Professor Prasanna Tantri, who is a faculty of finance at ISB, is the executive director of the Center for Analytical Finance, and serves also as the independent director and chair of the Audit and Risk Committees at Power Finance Corporation. And he has been the main force behind the Telangana vision document from the ISB side, and a colleague of mine whom I extremely value for his intellectual depth and sincerity. So that is our panel. Now, so much for the introduction of the panelists. So, you know, this session is, as I said, it's about capital and productivity. So how would Telangana get to this target? When we started thinking about this target, and when Prasanna and some of our colleagues came up with a macroeconomic framework, which essentially told us that Telangana reaching the aspiration of 3 trillion is feasible. It's not impossible, but it requires tremendous investment in innovation. We will not get there just on the basis of, you know, savings and infrastructure spend or capital spend, so to say. So then we came up with a bunch of proposals of how to foster and encourage innovation, build innovation ecosystems in Telangana. But having said that, so we will see some of the details of that, and we will discuss through the session. But you know, as academics, we are also working in silos. And so this is such a great moment that for a session like this, we are blessed with the presence of Honorable Deputy CM, who can not only share his views about how to foster innovation in Telangana, but also guide us in what some of the practical challenges there could be that we may be missing, and also give his perspectives. And also I ask him to chair the session. I request him to chair the session. Thank you.
Good morning. Sri TCM Sundaram Garu, Sri Parshuram Paka Garu, Sri Prasanna Tantri Garu, Sri Aditya Kovalekar Garu, Sri Krishna Bhaskar Garu, and also our Principal Secretary Energy, Sri Navin Mittal Garu, and our Secretary Planning, Sri Buddha Prakash Garu, and our CMD SPDCL Musharraf Garu, and other distinguished guests. మీ అందరికి కూడా నమస్కారం. As you all know, we have recently announced Telangana Rising 2047, it is not just a document. It's a pledge to the future. We have set an ambitious target to transform Telangana into a $3 trillion economy by 2047. I want to ground us in the numbers. Today, Telangana's economy is approximately $185 billion economy. To reach $3 trillion economy by 2047, we need to grow roughly 16-fold in just 22 years. Mathematically, this requires a compound annual growth rate of 13.5% in dollar terms, roughly 17 to 18% in rupee terms, accounting for currency depreciation. To put this in historical context, no major Indian state has sustained that level of dollar growth for 2 straight decades. Even during India's best growth phases, states like Gujarat or Karnataka average 11 to 12% nominal growth over long periods. We are attempting to do something unprecedented in Indian economic history. Business as usual growth of 10% also gets us to maybe $1 trillion or $1.2 trillion, not just not $3 trillion. The gap between $1 trillion and $3 trillion is what economists call the productivity gap. And filling that gap is the sole purpose of this pen. But numbers are easy to write on paper. The real question is, the question that keeps me wondering is how. We cannot reach a $3 trillion economy simply by working harder. We cannot get there just by building more roads or constructing more buildings. Though we will do that too, to reach this exponential growth, we need to change the fundamental equation of our economy. The equation is simple. Capital plus innovation equals productivity. I once again repeat, the capital plus innovation equals productivity. Capital plus innovation equals productivity. And productivity is the only sustainable way to raise the wages and dignity of the common citizen in Telangana. For decades, government in India have viewed themselves as regulators. We focused on permissions, licenses, and files. We patted ourselves on the back for improving the ease of doing business. But the world has changed. In the era of deep tech, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing, ease of doing business is just a baseline. It is the minimum requirement now. If we want to be the innovation capital of Asia, we must move from ease of doing business to ease of innovating. We must move from just clearing files to creating ecosystem. Our vision document outlines a spatial strategy: Cure, urban, pure, peri-urban, and rare, rural. We have the plan, we have the talent, but innovation is expensive. And more importantly, innovation is risky also. Banks love safety, but innovation requires failures. History tells us that the biggest breakthroughs from the internet to space travel happened because someone was willing to make a high risk idea for 10 years before it made a single rupee of profit. So the challenge for this panel today is to tell us how do we unlock that capital. As we as a state are ready to evolve, we are ready to move from being just a regulator to being a catalyst, a partner that shares the risk to reap the rewards for our people. I'm here today not just to speak, but listen. We have a brilliant panel of innovators, investors, policymakers, and entrepreneurs. We want to get straight to the heart of the matter with 3 specific questions. Number one, the productivity versus jobs. Paradox, there is a fear that higher productivity equates to automation and job losses. How can we hope to address it? What do you really think is the role of the state in encouraging innovation? Should we, often caricatured as a slow-moving behemoth, keep up to encouraging true innovation? Or should we be involved? We talk about, number 3, we talk about artificial intelligence and deep tech, often in the context of software. But the vision document emphasizes the rare rural zone. My question is, how do we ensure that deep tech doesn't just stay in Cyberabad? How do we incentivize capital to solve boring problems like increasing the productivity of a weaver in Warangal, or a farmer in Nizamabad or in Khammam, etc., etc. So friends, let us get started. And gentlemen, I request all of you to put all your heart and soul in this session and give us your valuable ideas and suggestions. And also I thank you once again for coming all the way from all of the, not only from the states, different states of this country, even from all over the world, for, making it a grand, successful event of Telangana Rising 2047 Vision Document Release Function. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot, sir, for your speech. It was very illuminating and set the context rightly, that how does deep tech not just stay inside and solve real problems. So now I will kind of ask questions to all the panelists, but let me just be a bit elaborate on what the context of the whole thing was. So as I said earlier that, we and also Honorable Deputy CM mentioned that when we began this exercise, we learned that if things stay as they are, then Telangana will basically reach $1.2 trillion by 2047. So quite far from its aspiration of 3. And so we realized that the only way it can reach 3 trillion is by improving productivity and by making sustained investments. So sustained investments in particular means attracting FDI. So events like these serve a great purpose. And sustained innovation or productivity will come from innovation. So we have outlined a series of initiatives to foster innovation. One of them is called the Telangana Scientific Return Program, where what we are proposing is that Telangana offers outsized rewards, that is strong monetary rewards to superstar scientists. So scientists who are leading in, say, AI, computer vision, quantum computing, all of these fields, which are the fields for the future, we give them steep rewards and lure them back to Telangana. So this was, and then we have outlined several other initiatives in that chapter that you will see in the Telangana vision document. But then I would first like to get the perspective of Shri Krishna Bhaskar as a policy maker. So, he is someone who, as an engineer, understands the technology very well, as an economist, understands incentives very well, and as a bureaucrat, understands the challenges very well. So I thought I would begin by asking him, how does he view the whole exercise, what we have done or attempted to do in proposing how Telangana will become, as Sir said, the hub of global or Asia's hub of innovation, what he sees as the practical challenges and what he sees as the, not just challenges, but opportunities. Over to you.
Thanks, Aditya. I hope I'm audible. So the idea is essentially, we've set ourselves, thank you, sir. We've set ourselves a goal which is, frankly speaking, unprecedented in economic history. And I believe it has been done after a lot of cogitation on this respect. And the analogy which comes to mind when I think of this is, back in the early 60s, and in fact late 50s, when the USSR beat the US in the rocket race and launched Sputnik, there was a lot of despondency. That very term, which is very, I think it's best translated in the Urdu term Mayusi, on all of America, that the Soviets had actually beaten us in the space race. There's nothing left for us there. At that point of time, John F. Kennedy came up with a very mission which sounded extremely outlandish and impossible. I think it was back in 1961, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely the early 60s, 60 or 61, just after he took over as president. When the Soviets beat the Americans and the entire world was talking about the technological superiority of the USSR vis-a-vis the US, he said something audacious which no one was prepared for. He said, by the end of this decade, we'll put a man on the moon. And he was ridiculed in the American media for it. And it wasn't deemed possible. But the sheer force of that public pronouncement and the sheer passion and the aggression behind setting a goal for the nation as a whole got all of them together. And I still remember there were people like Werner von Braun, he was originally a Nazi, a German scientist who built their rockets, the Saturn rockets. All of these people heard of this vision and became even more passionate and motivated than they originally were. And NASA, which until then never used to get a lot of funding, and which was never a big agency, captured the American imagination. So there are some things in life you can create or you can will by making them publicly available in the mind space of every citizen. And they may not happen otherwise. And in my sense, this $3 trillion goal is an extremely ambitious goal. Forget about your annualized growth rate of 13-14%. If you take into account your rupee depreciation, you're looking at 17-18%. And this is year on year for 22 years. It's a very, very, very ambitious goal. But the thing is, if you aim at that sort of galaxy, you will be able to get through some sort of critical mass, which will take you to places which you haven't otherwise been taken. So I believe in terms of a stretch goal, this is like a clarion call to the entire state, its network of innovators, entrepreneurs, policy makers, to try to figure out what is it exactly, what it is the constraint which prevents us going there. I'll just add to that, you asked me to talk about challenges. I think the challenges, our Honorable Deputy CM has stated very clearly. We cannot get there by building more stadia, we cannot get there by building more roads. That will at best take us to 1 trillion, and even that is in doubt, because after a point you have diminishing returns. The idea is, and as both Aditya and Prasanna have very eloquently argued in their own document, our vision document which will be released today, the idea is you need to increase your own productivity. That secret sauce which allows people to provide more innovation and more output per hour, per capita. And for that, there is no way out but to actively encourage the best in the world to come, set up shop here, create new ideas, create new products, and somehow create an innovation ecosystem. Just like John F. Kennedy, by making a public pronouncement of making a man on the moon, somehow made it happen. We need to, keeping such a stretch goal, need to make this happen just by making all of us conscious and utilizing all of our bandwidth to ensuring that we don't just do our best, but we have the context to do our best. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Krishna, for that very eloquent answer. And it was great to hear the story of NASA and sending a man to the moon, because, you know, it was such an audacious investment back then that nobody gave it any chance of success. And I mean, to be a bit self-serving, but Prasanna and I wrote an op-ed in Times of India, I think a few months ago, about investments in these type of technologies, be it space technology or defense technologies. And they have what Prasanna will elaborate on as a multiplier, which is one additional job, how many additional jobs they create. And in such investments into innovation have an enormously high multiplier. And why these things are very important is around 1960s or 70s, there were people who had made, very smart people, I don't want to belittle them in any way, who had made pronouncements saying that the USSR will overtake the US by 1985, 1990. Ironically, it collapsed before that. So the creative, what was special about the US was that a bunch of creative people got together, bunch of people, aspirational people got together and ideated over things and created fascinating wonders, which is what Telangana aspires to do, is my, from all the initiatives I have learned from the political leadership. So I would now though ask Prasanna to, since he is, he has thought a great deal about these issues and has also has led the drafting of the vision document that will be released later today, of how he views the whole importance of innovation in Telangana's economy, why it is the basis of the 3 trillion chapter, and productivity. And also about financing innovation. You know, it's one thing is I have been very silent or conveniently ignored how to finance all of these ambitious initiatives. So Prasanna will probably also talk a bit about that. No, not good.
Thanks, Aditya. Thanks for the opportunity. As Honorable Deputy CM mentioned, you know, the tagline for me, sir, was investment plus productivity. We've been dying to hear this from a policymaker, and we are so glad that you know, policymakers are talking about productivity. When Mr. KB speaks, I usually go with notes. Unfortunately, I don't have notes today. You know, the insights coming in, I don't have much to add. But except that innovation is not a luxury, it's a necessity for growth. We have to understand when we get into debates about growth, again, I'm an academic and I'll go back to first principles and not much of practice. What is growth? Growth is producing more from same level of resources or taking less resources to produce the same thing. That's growth. There's nothing else to grow. That's growth. Repeatedly doing it again and again. There is nothing else growth. Now, when you read newspapers every day, you always, you know, and yeah, I do understand that, you know, their fascination about demand, consumption, and all of that. That is for a day-to-day kind of a setting. You know, day-to-day it's about demand, because assumption is you have capacity, and if you go in demand, and there will be, you know, production. But when you talk about 25 years, it's not about demand. It's about ability to produce. Your lens has to be very different when you talk about 25 years versus next 2 quarters. You know, when you talk about 8.2% this quarter, or what should RBI do, that lens is very different than when you're talking about here, you're talking about growing the productive capacity. It's not about, you know, there is enough productive capacity and you just go and consume and economy will grow. That's the bigger lens that one has to have. Now, when it comes to theory, how do you grow? You know, until again, since Mr. KB talked about 1960s, until then we did not have a theory of growth. You know, when Robert Solow came about and said, look, how do you grow? The way you grow, he said, look, there are 2 ways, you know, the intermediate growth and the eventual growth. Intermediate growth is you invest. You have capital, and as you invest, you build all the capital equipment, and then you produce more from, you know, because you save and you invest, you produce more. You know, you build infrastructure, you build machinery, use those machinery. That's the first stage. Now, the good news is it leads to growth. The bad news is it has an expiry date. Now, what's the expiry date? Two constraints there. One constraint, as you build more and more capital, additional returns become diminishing. You know, you will have lower returns. You know, higher the capital, lower is that's the problem. And the second problem is that you need more and more savings. You know, where is that savings going to come from? You know, you can't ask people not to eat. You know, China went to the extent of 50% savings. Can you make it happen in and Mr. KB has amazing insights as to why it is. I'll not bring it up here. But they did go to 50% savings. It's unprecedented. Where are you going to get? So these 2 constraints. And the third is depreciation. You know, as you build more machines, more roads, you need more resources to maintain. It's not that US doesn't save. US does save 17%. But whatever they save is required to maintain their assets. So this will hit a wall. This will hit a wall. We have not hit a wall. You know, Telangana do that also. We are nowhere close to that. But that will then what is that? That will lead to eventual growth, sustainable growth for a long period of time. And Romer came with an answer. It's research, innovation. In Solow's model, you know, productivity is sort of given. It comes from God. You know, there is no, how does productivity happen? It comes. You know, there's no answer. Romer came out with an answer because there was a debate that time that everybody will eventually become rich. Because if capital, you invest, everyone will rich. Then they observed some countries are not becoming rich. Africa is, you know, was not becoming rich. China was not becoming rich. India that time was not becoming rich. This Romer's model is about you have to create this. You know, it's not God-given. Productivity is not given. Some policymakers, some investors, inventors will have to create it so that people like us can talk about it. You know, we don't do much, right? So that's the whole idea, theory behind all this thinking, that eventually what will lead sustainable growth is invention. And invention need not be original. You know, you can copy. You know, the problem with Industrial Revolution and UK and those, they had to do original stuff. China and other countries which grow at 10%, they could do this by imitating. So start with imitating and then start original stuff. So this is the broad philosophy that we have suggested, and glad that the government is talking that language. So I'll stop here and we can.
Yeah, thank you, Prasanna, for that answer. Yes, it's really very heartening to hear the policymakers buy into that language and speak that language. You know, you feel that, at least as academics, we feel that what we do, we are in our silos and probably nobody cares. And then you see the political establishment, the bureaucrats really appreciate this importance of innovation. And now coming to the point that that Prasanna mentioned, that we have to attract the best, like growth is not God-given. People have to create things. And we are in that way very lucky to have Parshuram, who actually has created something. I mean, at some level, Prasanna and I have been living in the world of ideas only, whereas Parshuram has been getting his hands dirty for the past, I think, many years. And he is a prototype of the type of people we want to lure back. So he was in the US. He was working, had a successful professional career, but what he may explain best the reasons why he came back to Telangana, but he did. And not only did he come back to work in a professional job, but he has started creating things. So I would like to invite Parshuram to share his experiences, wherein I would particularly ask him also to focus on, challenges are important, but where he sees the comparative advantage of Telangana over, say, the US ecosystem, because we often hear of what the challenges here are, but I'm sure there are strengths. So we would also like to hear about some strengths, some positives, and how we can reinforce them.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Deputy CM Garu and the esteemed panel. I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So the panel and the government has been talking about the policy, right? So the policy is basically established to address a lot of challenges in the innovation, and Deputy CM Garu has rightly put, the capital plus innovation is productivity. And both are important, the capital and the innovation, but with respect to both, I would say for a startup like us, for an innovator, there are a lot of challenges, and I would like to tell you how how we have navigated these challenges and how the policy is going to help navigate this for the future entrepreneurs. When we started off Graviton in the year 2018 and 19, I did an intense research and realized that there were no electric vehicle component manufacturers or the core critical component manufacturing companies in India. And my idea was to develop everything in India so that our vehicles can handle any terrain, that is cities or rural or any part of the country. And what I understood is for that to happen, we need to have full control over the supply chain. And we don't have the control over that supply chain, and we wanted to exactly build that. So we have taken a very hardship of developing this entire core tech here in India, in Telangana. And what we have developed is a platform. Instead of making one particular look like motorcycle or a scooter, what we have developed is a platform, the tech platform, the core tech platform, with which you can make any kind of, robots. And our first product happens to be a robot on wheels, I say. Why I say robot? Because that's the future, and for any robot, the critical components are very similar to an EV. And coming to the challenges, when I came back to India from US, I assumed that I can go to universities and collaborate with universities to develop these technologies. But what I realized was, unlike US, where the inception of the new tech happens in the university labs, which are funded by either government or the companies or the universities itself. And we don't have that here, which is why you see a lot of new techs coming out of US specifically, and a lot of our engineers, the talent pool from India, the potential people, are traveling to different countries for education and going on to contribute significantly in the tech world. And what I understood was it's not the same case in India. It's completely the reverse. The companies has to develop their own tech. And I primarily believe that's because we were, as a country, more focused on the service and service economy. And we did not focus much on the innovation and the manufacturing or the ecosystem building around it. Probably that could be one of the reasons I felt. And this was one of the big challenge because we did not find, the first challenge is finding the talent pool who has expertise in the core component that includes the motors, the traction motors, the power electronics, or the battery systems. That was the one challenge, and the second challenge was the mindset itself. Because I would say our investment VC ecosystem is used to, for the software world, where the equations are very different when compared to the hardware world, where the gestation period is very long. The returns would come after a very long time. It's not instantaneous. And the mindset was that people, when I pitched this idea that we will be developing everything here, the biggest, the first people were the prospective investors who said, hey, why don't you just do the assembly, bring products or components from somewhere else and assemble them. That was a big challenge I had, that is assembly versus development. So I had to, the entire team had to go above and beyond to convince the potential investors as well as build the team who has this mindset of development, who has the patience to develop. And the third challenge was the investment capital itself, because as I said, our capital was more used, or the VCs were more used towards the software world. And they were asking me, why are you taking so much time to come to the market? Why are you not there in the market yet? And they used to suggest me to just start selling, bring it from wherever I can. But we had to take this hard stance that, okay, we will develop it here. And fortunately, similar mindset investors we could find in India and in other countries. And now that we are producing and selling as well. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Parshuram, for that eloquent answer. I think he was too humble to mention, or if he did, I missed it, that he has a Asia Book of record for his vehicle to do a 5,400 kilometers journey without recharge, right?
Yeah, without stopping for charging, non-stop riding. The riders were changing, but it's the same vehicle. So within 4.5 days, we did nearly 4,000 kilometers. And for that, we had to establish temporary swap stations throughout the country. And that was to demonstrate that EVs can be a real alternative and to establish confidence on our technology.
Yeah. So, and one thing you mentioned, Parshuram, that really I think hit the nail on the head, which is that when you came and tried to collaborate with the universities in India to bring technology or develop technology, you hit a dead end. This is exactly where, again, it's a bit self-serving because Prasanna and I came up with this proposal, but we are really wanting to strengthen this exactly or solve this bottleneck by giving incentives to bring the best minds and host them in universities. And Telangana or Hyderabad has a lot of excellent institutions. Like many people don't know that there is an ISI Hyderabad, Indian Statistical Institute Hyderabad. So we have the opportunity to host these leading scholars, and that hopefully in future people like Parshuram will not have to struggle finding people to collaborate within universities and develop technologies. And you know, this is a standard model in the US, where professors raise grants through industry, build something that is useful, and then if something works, it's scaled up. So it would be a very healthy ecosystem. Let me throw one next question to both Prasanna and KB. I'll let Prasanna go first to give somewhat of an academic view, and then I will let KB answer from a policymaker's perspective. But you know, when we propose things like go for innovation, go for the best minds, create the best talent, like often the question comes is, what about inequality? Like if you look at say all of these fields, the technology, these are what are called as winner takes all. That means only a few who are at the who lead these technologies get a lot of returns, and rest of the people are left behind. And why should we as a country, as a society, encourage such type of changes in the society? That is often a question. Now, I have my views about why this is a good thing, but I will not, I'll reserve my views. I'll ask Prasanna and then KB to elaborate on why so it is important for the economy and why it is important also from a policy maker's perspective. Prasanna first, thanks.
Yeah. On the jobs front, let's look at some facts. You know, you have to understand that, you know, broadly, there are all sectors of the economy can be classified into two categories, tradable and non-tradable. Now, what is this tradable sector? Like software, pharma, where everybody, competition is global. There are only two ways you can win there. Either become more efficient or become cheap. There's no other way. You know, there is no other, or you can restrict competition, put in barriers, and then, you know, then it becomes a zero-sum game, you know, who wins like we used to do before. Now, tradable sector is the one where you have to compete. The best people will have to compete. The model that, you know, that seems to have worked is there you go up the value chain. There you do the best possible work. Be at the front end there. Now, what it does is, it generates a lot of income, wealth inside the country. Because now the rest of the people can, usually, you know, 2/3 of the population, Aditya, you know this, works in non-tradable sectors. Now, what are these non-tradable sectors? Doctors, teachers, your yoga instructor, hairstylist, driver, kirana, all of these are non-tradable sectors. Now, the good news about non-tradable sector is, the income of these people in the non-tradable sector does not just depend on their productivity. It depends on the income of their consumers. Go to a village and see your barber in a village. That guy may be whatever skill level they may have, the level of income they make, there is a limit to the income that they make. Whereas your hairstylist here can make much, much more, having much lesser skills. You know, I've written about it. I was in Darjeeling recently. The driver was super skilled. He could literally fly the car, you know, in that, you know, Darjeeling terrain, if you remember. The amount of salary the driver makes, 8,000 rupees, plus some tips, 10,000 rupees. And you know, with all respect to drivers here in Hyderabad, they are good, they're very good, but not the level of skill that Northeast drivers have. But they earn 4 times of that, plus they do Swiggy and Zomato and all of that. Where is it coming from? Not necessarily productivity, it's the income entrepreneurs and investors in Hyderabad who created this kind of income. So this is the, unfortunately, if you want to create income for the masses, the only sustainable way is to have this go up in the competitive sector. If you're lower in the competitive sector, what will happen is income of the best people itself will be lower, and the rest of them will have even lower income. You know, inequality will be there. Inequality will not go away. Everybody will have low income. So that's the whole philosophy. There is no other option than to create, you know, jobs at the very high end so that the low end jobs income goes up. It's actually anti-inequality. You know, your low income people will earn more. In fact, you not getting a maid is a good thing. As an economist, my wife may not agree with me, but as an economist, I'll tell you, you not finding a maid, you not finding somebody is a good thing. It shows things are doing better. That means you have to pay a lot to those people. If you find 10 people, you know, willing to massage you, that's a bad thing, right? That happens when overall income goes up. So that is the model. You know, Mr. KB can elaborate more, but that's the broad model.
So, you know, if I take the economist reasoning a bit further, a paradox or an unfortunate finding is if I have a maid for a while, I must be overpaying that person, because if that person deserved more, they would have got it elsewhere. So that is an unfortunate way of how economists reason, but I agree with Prasanna's logic. So I'll let now KB go for the same.
I really say that in government, we have serious issue with that line of thought, because we do compare apples to oranges and oranges to pineapples all the time, but we try to do it in some sort of fashion which I believe is acceptable. We cannot ever compare apples to just apples. But I'll just come to your point here. I really loved Prasanna's point about the idea of getting non-tradable jobs into an economy, because in the long term, that's where you'll get your masses to grow. And I just want to add on it. That's a great point. Let us presume you've succeeded there. What next? My sense is you still have constraints. The first constraint is, How are you creating jobs? That he's talked about, and they've really, I would request everyone in this room to read their economic modeling. I'm very proud to say that these two gentlemen have carried out an analysis for her which has not been there in any other state's vision document. They've just put numbers there. These two people have worked the numbers and they have let us know how difficult it is. So we know right at the outset, so it's a challenging task. I'll come to the other part now, which is what do you do? How do you create these jobs? Now I have a point here. Let's say you have an absolutely brilliant technology which comes up, let us say Perplexity. Arvind Srinivas comes to Hyderabad, he sets up Perplexity and he creates thousands of jobs, and like you said, you have tradable and non-tradable. You create an entire ecosystem, people's incomes go up. Now let us say Perplexity then for some reason goes bankrupt. What happens then? The idea is the way government has looked at it so far is, let us bail out Perplexity. You know, too big to fail. This is exactly what happened at Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. Of course, they let Lehman Brothers fail, but back in 2009, they allowed these companies to fail. Now, my sense is this is not a model which will work any longer. Number one, governments do not have the financial heft to allow these too big to fail companies to survive. There's another model which I think has worked much better, which is the Swedish model. The Swedish model is, let the job die, but let the employee survive. So if a company folds, let the company fold, but at government expense, the employee will be retrained for employment elsewhere. So this way you're ensuring your economy is resilient, your economy is robust, and if I may use a term, it's even anti-fragile because you're allowing companies to fail. It's a bit arresting that in the supposedly most advanced economy of the world, the US, powerful firms were able to lobby the Treasury Department. Lehman Brothers went under, but Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan are surviving today essentially because they went and lobbied for a bailout and they got the bailout. The era of bailouts is gone. And if you want to move beyond bailouts, you have to look at protecting people through a sort of retraining mechanism and skilling mechanism, which Sweden does a lot. And it's a very eloquent way of putting it. Let's protect the worker, not the job. Let the job go. Let the job come up somewhere else. But the family should be protected. And I think that's the way to go. And I think that could be a possible rubric if you want to look at future growth and jobs together.
Thank you, KB, for that answer. Actually, and this is a very important point. I think because now there are already talks about the whole AI valuations being a bubble. And then all the stuff that, if you have been following news, how OpenAI investing in NVIDIA, NVIDIA investing in OpenAI, we may actually in the US be seeing exactly this point of where the government in the past had to bail out banks. Now even the tech companies may be too big to fail. If Google fails tomorrow, I hope it will not, but I'm just saying as an example that it can have catastrophic consequences. So it's a very timely point that you raised. You want to add on it?
I would let you know that our Deputy CM actually started his career in banking. And there's a story which he keeps telling us. He says, if you borrow 1 lakh and don't return it, it's your problem. If you borrow 100 crores and don't return it, it's the bank's problem. So I think we should stop, which he keeps mentioning in meetings. I think we should stop ourselves from reaching that stage by some means possible.
That's a great point. And I have seen the Deputy CM also make some very insightful observations like these on credit. Now I can see where these insights were coming from. So when we were in a meeting, Prasanna and I were shocked by one of the, positively shocked by one of the things he said about microfinance. And now I can see where his insights were coming from. Anyway, so moving on, I have one more question to KB, and then we can take questions from the audience if there are any. So there are, all these theses we have built around innovation, that there are lots of calls and also some initiatives about the state acting as a venture capital. So state investing in some of these companies. Now the counterpoint to that is that the state does not have the ability to pick winners. So the state should not be doing this. That is another view. I wanted to know what he feels like and what is the general policymaker's perspective on a proposal like this. And then I would actually also ask Prasanna if he has any view on this.
Yeah, thanks, Aditya. I mean, this is something, now we actually come down to nuts and bolts of what the Deputy CM and the Finance Department do, or the Planning Department deal with on a daily basis. Now the thing is, it's great, it's a great idea in practice, so I'm sorry, in principle for the state to be involved in venture capital. And by the way, it's been done all across. I think Abhijit Banerjee has written very eloquently about the SIBR, the small business, independent business something, SIBR of, you know, companies like I think Symantec and I think one more very, very big companies have actually come from US government handouts in the form of incentives. They've started there. And you don't need to look that far. The entire pharma network of Hyderabad is originally built on the network laid down by IDPL. People like Dr. Reddy's and many other companies have come out from the network of both innovation, knowledge and capital, which was nurtured by IDPL. So I would have you know this, riddle me this. If government is really so inefficient, if government really can't get things done, and if government needs to step out of the way to get real productivity and innovation, I want to ask the audience a general answer. Who started Silicon Valley? I'm just a general answer. If anybody can answer, I'll be very happy. Who's the main reason for Silicon Valley starting? Anybody can venture a guess? There's this lady called Mariana Mazzucato, who's written really fantastically about this. Silicon Valley was not started by Shockley, by William Shockley, or for that matter, the Traitorous Eight, or the Intel. It was started through a government initiative which funded the original innovations into understanding how you could route silica chips to actually store more. And that's really fantastic. Go a little further, you'll see that there's a history of government actually funding individuals who've gone on to make very big I talked about SIBR. The other example I want to talk about is, there is one country in the world which is now called a startup nation. That's Israel. Like the per capita amount of startups in Israel is far more than I think most other countries around. And it started because in the 90s they came up with a concept called Yozma. You can even look it up right now, YOZMA. To be sure, just before this session I Googled it as well. The Yozma is a situation where when an entrepreneur puts up an innovative deep tech, or you say fundamental sort of innovation, the state steps in. The state only gets a license fee or a registration fee if he is successful. But if the entrepreneur fails, the state takes up to 40 or 50% of his loss. A significant amount. I'll have to check how much amount. The moment you do that, you have a lot more people like Parshuram. Like he has been talking he made a very great point about how the ecosystems are different here. How some walls just stop. I'm very sure that he wouldn't have said this if somebody, when he started his journey, had told him, listen, you do what you want, and if it fails, we'll take half the loss. This is what they did in Israel, and today it's really the startup nation of the world. So I do believe there are valid and understandable models that the government can step in to be a venture capitalist, but it can't be a venture capitalist in the usual sense. The usual sense of being a Vinod Khosla or a Masayoshi Son does not work here, because there are certain limits to what government can be seen to. And my last point here, I see this is a very popular session, there is only standing room, my apologies. My last point here is we do have an absolutely fantastic example in the Indian Innovation Network itself. One of the biggest venture capitalists and one of the most successful venture capitalists in per ROI return terms, in per capita ROI return terms, is the innovation fund set up by IIT Madras, where they started funding their own startups about, I think 5-7 years ago. The current director, Professor Kamakoti, is behind it. Somebody was telling me that that fund itself is worth more than 1,000 crores today. It must have started at 10, 15 crores, 20 crores max. That's all the IITs give. Trust me, they're very, bahut kanjoos log hai. They will not give you more than that. And it's gone into 1,000 crores, more than 1,000 crores. There is a model available for us if you want to look at venture capital. And if you look at Yozma or the SIBR, I think we have great pointers.
Great. That's a wonderful answer. Actually, before we go to Prasanna, I have one question for Parshuram. As someone from the other side, manufacturing side, do you think that your main challenge is financial capital or human capital? What would be your biggest bottleneck? What was your biggest bottleneck when you started?
It's actually both.
But which was bigger? There must be some.
What's that?
Which was bigger? There must be one.
So I say it's human capital because when we were scouting for people who has understanding of the core technology to develop it here, we couldn't find people. And I was wondering why is it, but a lot of Indians eh, going to different countries and doing great. And that's where I realized that, in our universities, we don't have this nurturing of innovation happening, or someone incentivizing, or someone saying that, okay, yeah, this is the fund you can go and innovate within the universities. Probably that's the reason the skill set coming out of our engineering colleges were not to that point where we could leverage their skills. Okay. And the other big challenge was definitely the capital. As I said, for the core engineering, it is still a challenge because the gestation period is very high. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So, yeah, I think we are running out of time probably, so I'll ask Prasanna just to elaborate on what Krishna Bhaskar was saying about we have some excellent models of financing innovation through state support. How do you feel about that? And yeah, you didn't elaborate on your ideas of financing innovation, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, I'll be quick on this. Just one line on what Honorable Deputy CM asked, like on these non-tradables, how do you create these jobs? Sir, the answer is education. Our education, what's happening is a lot of people are entering into degrees without thinking whether they are useful or not. Like during our time, all of us would go into BA, BCom, BSc. Now it's become engineering. So our education system, and as you know, we have proposed, has to think about culture, tourism. These are very valuable jobs, local jobs. People have to be trained on. Not everybody needs to be a postgraduate. Not everybody needs to have a PhD. Or we have to think about hands and getting hands dirty kind of jobs, and then you can graduate. Of course, there should be a way to graduate. After that, you want to study, you study and go up. So focus should be on that. And finally, on as an academic, you have to be a bit more, Mr. K, you have to be skeptical of a government also. And this is why I said you should take notes when he speaks. I think government, there should be one principle though. While I appreciate a lot of fundamental things have come from government, like World War led to a lot of innovation, including the internet. But there needs to be one principle that when the government intervenes, there should be some market failure. That's where the government should come in. Now, a lot of times governments intervene without defining what the market failure is. If you don't define what the market failure is, and if you start doing things which markets can do better, then it's, you can go on a list where things have been a disasters also. So I think there is a market, in financing innovation, I agree. Markets do not, they do not have that long-term vision. You don't have, of course, the first attempt should be to develop those markets because government capacity is also limited. One thing with due respect, governments don't earn anything. It's the people who earn. So it's that people, we have to have that sense also. So I don't want to be an advocate of an unlimited government. That is not, at least I don't stand for. Of course, markets fail. And where markets fail, in the interest of people, and governments will have to come in. And I absolutely agree that, it's too big to fail is a very big, the biggest threat to markets are big market players themselves. That's what we have, I totally agree. So it has to be a balance, understand market failures, government failures, both of that, and walk a tightrope. It's not easy. It's easy for us to sit here and talk. People like you are on the ground who execute. It's not going to be easy. But, that's what seems to have worked throughout the world. Thank you.
All right.
I
Unless
would like to add
there
one
are-
thing. Sorry.
Yes.
So as KB said, incentivizing the startups or telling them that we will take care of you, if a policy can be placed around that, as well as nurturing the young engineers in the universities itself, really create a huge thing called brain drain, right? A lot of our potential guys were going out of the country and working elsewhere. And with this kind of confidence or the policies, definitely I could see that there will be a huge brain gain happening. And that would be great.
attending and inside.
All right, firstly coming up is Mr. Prasanna Tantri. Give a big round of applause. From the finance team, ISB, give a big round of applause to him. We take pride in felicitating him and honoring him. The next name, can you write here?
Just 1 second. Yeah.
Next is Mr. Parasuram Paka. After this, all right.
He's a CEO of Graviton. Graviton. Yeah. This was Parshur, but you already facilitated. Minister's put
All right, next is Mr. Parasuram Paka. Give a big round of applause. CEO Graviton.
Then the Krishna. Yeah, okay, yeah. Deputy CM.
You want it. Just find out. Just Google. Wikipedia, it's fine. Full name? Full name? We have Mr. Aditya. We give a big round of applause. TI Tag Treasures of Telangana, the exquisite shop, renowned for their intricate tie and dye weaving, embody the timeless skill of our artisans, complementing them the vibrant curial mass and handicraft in the traditional storytelling. Ladies and gentlemen, time to honor our Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka garu. Gattiga chappalto, let's give a resounding applause to him, please. I think we can shower some more love and energy in the honor of the Deputy Chief Minister, Telangana, ladies and gentlemen. Minister of Finance, Mark garu. Let us celebrate the GI recognized art forms and the master craftsmen who keep our traditions alive. With that, we're officially closing the first session in the Hall 4. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful and amazing audience. We look for a greater vision, the $3 trillion economy. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause as we manifest it for 2047. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated and comfortable at your places.
That's okay. Where is Bharat? That's okay. నేను హోస్ట్ చేసేసాను అవేం లేకుండా దట్స్ ఓకే రా బాబు పర్లేదు అయిపోయింది ఏహే వదిలే భరత్ ఫోన్ ఇవ్వు యాక్చువల్లీ భరత్ అది వదిలేసి సెషన్ కన్నా రావాల్సింది సమిట్ని నిర్వహించుకుంటున్నాం. 3 థింగ్స్ వాట్ షుడ్ వి ఎయిమ్ ఫర్ ఆఫ్టర్ దిస్? ఎంతో ప్రీతికరమైన ఫుట్బాల్ అధినేత అండ్ మన ఫేవరెట్ ఫుట్బాలర్ కోట్ గ్రేటెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ టైమ్ మెస్సీ కూడా రాబోతున్నారు. అది కూడా మన ఈ విజన్లో భాగంగా ఉంది. సో మనం ఈ స్పోర్ట్స్ విభాగంలో మనం ఏంటి
Okay, check.
Check.
కంట్రోల్ పెట్టేసి check, check. Check, check.
Hello. Hello.
sunrise brings progress, and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad, once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the U.S. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Embraces transformation. Rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad, once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the U.S. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment, while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. Global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold vision
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising. In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold vision
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas.
In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold vision
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industry and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics, and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising. In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment, while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold vision
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics, and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics, and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising. In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape.
Check sound.
Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold vision
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration.
Check. Hey, check.
With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising. In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Check, check.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold vision
Is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising. In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment, while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause as we heartily welcome our Deputy Chief Minister, Minister of Finance, Planning and Energy, Government of Telangana, Shri Mallu Bhatti Vikramaditya garu. We welcome all of you to the second session of the day, the hall number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, hearty welcome to each one of you. Request all of you to kindly settle down. Innovative PPPs, harnessing private capital towards public goods. Ladies and gentlemen, hearty welcome to each one of you once again. I hope you had a sumptuous lunch. How are you all feeling, everyone? Good? You can be a little better. Are you all good? Ready for the second session? I heard some burps also, that means it's good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for ourselves just to energize this room. Get ready for the second session. So we are coming for such an important topic. You all can see the topic behind. So Triple P is public-private partnership. You all know more than what I know. Harnessing private capital towards public goods refers to strategies that use investment from private sectors and actors like businesses, investors, philanthropists and individuals to fund projects that create broad social or environmental benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, such as clean air, public health, infrastructure, education, climate resilience and innovation. For taking up this initiative as a part of 2047 vision, let's clap around everyone. To do the honors, it's my absolute pleasure to invite our Deputy Chief Minister. Give a big round of applause as I take pride in welcoming Shri Mallu Bhatti Vikramaditya Garu with a huge round of applause. Minister of Finance, Planning and Energy of Telangana. Let's give a resounding applause for the man behind the visionary. My absolute honor to invite the moderator of the session, the Principal Secretary of Finance, Mr. Sandeep Sultania, with a huge round of applause. And now we have our four esteemed panelists and speakers for this session. Calling upon the Country Director, Asian Development Bank, Ms. Mio Oka, with a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, our Indian CEO, Capital and India Trust, Shri Gauri Shankar Nagabhusham. Gattiga chappatalto. Let's welcome him. Our applause should last for 10 seconds from now on. Just kidding. Moving ahead, the Managing Director, Blackstone Real Estate India, Shri Mohit Arora, with a huge round of applause. Last but not the least, calling upon the Investment Officer, PPP Advisor, Internation Finance Corporation. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Harsha. Oh, sorry, Miss Harsha. Huge round of applause. As the dignitaries set on the dais, taking ahead the session, may I request all of you to fill this room with lots of positive energy for the vision. Everyone, resounding applause for all the panelists on the dais, all the dignitaries, and the Principal Secretary takes it over. I hand this over to Mr. Sandeep Sultania.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome first of all Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Sri Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka, Honorable Deputy CM and Minister for Finance, Planning and Energy, Government of Telangana. For this very, very important panel discussion as a part of our summit, Telangana Rising Global Summit 2047. We have a very distinguished panelists which are comprising from all the important fields of finance in the country and at the global level. I'd like to introduce first Mio Oka, Country Director, India Resident Mission, South Asia Department, Asian Development Bank. Ms. Olo joined the Asian Development Bank in 2005 and has the experience of more than 20 years in public financing. I'd like to introduce Mr. Mohit Arora, who is Managing Director in the Real Estate Group, and he is based at Mumbai. He has joined Blackstone in 2013 and is involved in various investments in India, including India Bulls, Salarpuria Office Portfolio, Panchsheel Office Parks. He is an MBA from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. I'd again like to introduce Harsha Khubchandani. She is from International Finance Corporation. She is having more than 15 years of experience in public-private partnership in the country. Then Mr. Gauri Shankar Nagabhushnam. He is CEO of Capital India Trust. This is the Asia's first and largest India-focused real estate business trust. He has come all the way from Singapore to attend Telangana Rising Summit. We are thankful to all the panelists to accept our invitation, and I'm sure with today's interaction which we are going to have with them is going to help us in mobilizing finances for building Telangana Rising 2047. Thank you very much. Now we'll start the panel discussion, sir. Now we'll start the panel discussions from all the four panelists in our panel today. As all of you are aware, our topic is the PPP, that is Public-Private Partnership in Harnessing Public Goods, which basically comprises of infrastructure and social sectors. I'd like to start with Miyooka. I'd like to ask a question to her regarding urban transformation. What mechanisms can be put in place to attract private investment for state landmark projects like Metro Rail, Regional Ring Road, Musi River projects, Bharat Future City, etc., while ensuring equitable benefit distribution and environmental sustainability? Miyooka.
Thank you. It is my real pleasure to be in this occasion. Thank you very much for your invitation. As India's city centers expand and potentially hosting about 60% of population within the next generation, this is we know. Telangana is among the states moving fastest in this agenda. Across Asia, ADB has seen the private capital flows most effectively into metros, river rejuvenation, and urban development, including housing. I greatly welcome the state's concern on equitable benefits and environment resilience, which is very important in the long run. When service delivery improves, willingness to pay from the beneficiary improves, and the municipal revenues rise, and the city can sustain high quality infrastructure. So on the mechanism, we need a clear vision from the state that's underpin clear urban development vision underpinned by the economic analysis. We don't need a collection of wishful projects. Investors respond to clarity and predictability. Telangana can further strengthen confidence through transparent urban plan with clear KPIs, predictable payment mechanisms. This will reduce uncertainty and lower capital costs. It's important. And also, second is really the basis for everything is a reliant service delivery. Strong service delivery lead willingness to pay, strengthen municipal revenue, and makes benefits more equitable over time. Of course, during the construction of assets, we urge the state to engage local constructor so that we can have more employment generated within the state. And also, of course, a clear regulation on the fair resettlement, community consultation, reliable grievance mechanism ensure the growth among those projects. And the third, but not the least, is to embed environment sustainability in the project. climate resilient design, renewable energy integration, nature-based solution, reduce, in the end, the life cycle cost and make urban assets more resilient, and strong ESG performance and credible sustainability rating further enhance investor confidence as long-term institutional investors seeking demonstrate measurable environment social outcomes. So together with those mechanisms, ensure that Telangana state attract more capital while building a growth model that is fair, resilient, and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Oka. Actually, we wanted to start the tone, and I think the first question you have answered very well. You spoke about clear vision, then you spoke about environmental sustainability, and together with all these important components, Telangana can access large amount of finance. Before we move to the second question, I'll request the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for Finance, Planning, Energy to give his initial remarks so that we can move into the panel discussion more meaningfully. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Sri Sandeep Kumar Sultania Garu, moderator of the today's session, Innovative PPs, Harnessing Private Capital Towards Public Goods. He is our Principal Secretary of Finance, and Mio Oka, Country Director ADB, Sri Mohit Aroraji, MD Blackstone, Gauri Shankar Nagabhushanam, CEO Capital India Trust, Capital Land India Trust, Harsha Kupchandani, Investment Officer, International Finance Corporation, and other esteemed guests and participants of this session. A very good afternoon to all of you. And let me also express my thanks and appreciation for coming all the way in a short notice for this Telangana Global Summit 2025, in which we are releasing a document, Telangana Rising 2047 vision document, which is aimed at $3 trillion economy. By 2047, we wanted to achieve to that economy. So keeping that in our mind, our thought, under our Chief Minister Shri Revanth Reddy Garu and other entire cabinet colleagues, to achieve that goal, we thought first let us prepare a document by consulting various sectors and important industry leaders, ISB, Niti Aayog, and all our departmental secretaries under the various departments, ministers heading over. And finally, we have prepared a document and we are going to launch that or release that document today evening. In this session, we have extended our invitation to allow the industry leaders, not only in this country, to the whole world also. Many of the countries, nearly about 6 continents, people have participated and they are giving their valuable ideas and suggestions also. In the process, in this entire summit, simultaneously we are conducting nearing about 28 sessions like this to take their valuable suggestions and ideas for the growth of our state and our vision. Thank you very much for once again for coming all the way. Let me begin with a story close to our hearts. 2 decades ago, Hyderabad skies were promised, but Outer Ring Road, a visionary PPP, annuity model that private partners built in record time, easing congestion for millions and parking economic corridors that now pulse with pharma giants and tech hubs. That single project did not just move vehicles, it accelerated Telangana's destiny, proving PPs turn bold visions into thriving reality. At this Telangana Rising Summit, as we unveil Vision 2047's roadmap to a $3 trillion economy, the truth is stark. Our US dollar 200 billion GST and 37% investment rate yield 70 or 75 US dollars billion yearly. Yet, a 30 billion gap looms today, expanding relentlessly. PPs are the engines for core urban, in the sense cure, peri-urban pure, and rural agri rare zones, targeting $1 trillion economy by 2034. Unleashing private capital for metros, solar parks, and skill hubs while freeing public funds for human development and net zero ambitions. 3 fiscal realities compel this: GST limits tax to GSDP hikes, FRBM caps borrowing at 3% of GSDP, dwindling household savings, starve long-term projects. PPs break these chains, channeling institutional funds into transport, renewables, and digital infrastructure with smart risk allocation for scale and efficiency. We have nailed it before. For example, Hyderabad International Airport's lasting concession with public oversight. Our Outer Ring Road, rapid success, all approvals, stable rules, and fair resolutions. Global examples guide us. Chills US $15 billion via standardized contracts. Australia's affordable water reliability, UK's outcome-driven hospitals, Canada's transport public-private partners in Vancouver attracting pension funds. Vision 2047 envisages private capital playing a dominant role, with public-private partnerships contributing approximately 10 to 15% of total investment. This contribution is vital for reducing fiscal pressure and accelerating long gestation projects in mobility and clean energy and social infrastructure. By anchoring investment in well-structured public-private partnerships, Telangana creates a scalable financing environment aligned with the long-term goals. Areas of public-private partnerships expansion in Telangana, transport and urban mobility. As urban centers expand, as you are all aware, the Telangana state is more or less a city. It is expanding in such a way that is how government are also designed like core urban regional economy, like within the outer ring, inside of the outer ring road, beyond outer ring road, in between regional ring road is peri-urban regional economy, and beyond regional ring road, rural agriculture regional economy. That's how the state has been, we have designed to expand our urban area also. As urban centers expand, demand for metros, BRT corridors and road systems will grow more and more. Public-private partnerships can support construction and operations through predictable payment structures, ensuring high service quality for capital-intensive projects. Renewable energy and emerging technologies. To contribute to India's 500 gigawatt renewable target is also a huge target, where Telangana can use public-private partnership for solar parks and hybrid zones. Long-term power purchase agreements reduce developer risk, which is possible in the energy sector. Public-private partnerships are also applicable to grid-scale storage, green hydrogen and industrial decarbonization. Logistics and industrial infrastructure, if you see, supporting sectors like pharmaceuticals and electronics requires robust logistics. Warehousing, cold chains and multi-modal parks can be delivered via public-private partnerships, where the state provides land and connectivity while private partners fund facilities. Even digital and data infrastructure also. Artificial intelligence, cloud computing demands significant digital infrastructure today. Public-private partnerships models can facilitate data centers and fiber networks by combining public utility provisioning with private technology investment, positioning Telangana as a digital hub. Healthcare also, public-private partnerships can expand diagnostics and hospitals with payments linked to service quality. Education partnerships can support digital classrooms and skill centers. As already we have started skill centers in our state, like, one skills university, which is already started here in this Bharat Future City, where we are conducting this seminar. It is on the construction of the classes already started in other campus. Maybe very soon, in another 3-4 months, we are going to inaugurate that building also here. Apart from that, way back when we started nearing about some ITIs, nearing about 65 ITIs, old ITIs. The moment we came to power, the present government, we have converted and all these ITI centers as advanced technology centers, where the skills are taught there in those centers. And now, apart from 65, another 40-45 centers we have newly sanctioned, nearing about 105 centers in the entire state. Now the skills centers are started with public-private partnerships. Many of the industry leaders involved in this skills university and advanced technology centers also. Their participation, they deciding the syllabus, they are selecting the academicians, and they are teaching and taking them into their companies as their workforce or talented human resource. So, outcome-based contracts here, workforce contracts tied to job placement and skill development programs. And water and sanitation also, performance-based models can enhance operational efficiency. Advanced PPPs tools for Telangana's investment agenda. To attract long-term capital, the state can employ sophisticated instruments, partial risk guarantees, mitigate regulatory risk to attract institutional investors. Outcome-based financing links payments to specific indicators, learning outcomes like aligning public goals with private operations. Blended capital combines public capital with private investments for innovation-driven sectors. Revenue-linked models like strengthen viability in sectors with stable user fees. So these kinds of areas where all the public-private partnerships can be taken a serious partnership kind of a thing, and your core area where you can really concentrate and join with us in the Telangana Rise for the 2047 our vision of reaching our $3 trillion economy by 2047. So request is to financial institutions like ADB, World Bank, or Blackstone, or any other, for example, the other friend is also here, like all your people can think about the Telangana. Telangana is the one state in this country which is attracting not only the states of this country, the whole world is looking towards Telangana. The kind of infrastructure what we have already given and what we are going to give to the state are going to be a biggest strength for the investors. And it is a heaven for the investors to come here and to take part in our rise. So I request all the financial institutions to take part. Our vision document and Telangana's $3 trillion ambition demanding a substantial investment gap that public resources alone cannot cover this dream. Making all efficient solutions by maintaining physical production. Transparent contracts and realistic risk allocation. Used strategically, public-private partnerships will be instrumental in converting Telangana's development goals into concrete infrastructure and social outcomes. So, once again, I'll conclude. I'll not take much of your time. You're all waiting for your valuable suggestions also. My only request to all the participants, please go through our document which we are going to release, and wherever you find you want to invest and the state is ready to invite you, welcome you, and you all aware that Telangana's Atma is hospitality. Our hospitality is our philosophy. And whoever comes here to invest, and whoever joins with us in the rise of Telangana, we will treat them as our family members, and we will embrace them and carry them along with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister has emphasized the importance of the PPP and the success which Telangana had in many of the important projects like ORR, Metro Rail, Skill University. So these are all very, very successful projects which Telangana has already executed before. And he has also emphasized upon the limitations of the state government in raising the finances. So that's where the importance of the public-private partnership becomes very, very important. Our Deputy CM has also emphasized that, as we have kept a target of $1 trillion by 2034 and $3 trillion by 2047. So our investment rate, which is at present the 37%, has to go to 50%. So for that we require more funding for accelerated development, accelerated growth rate. So so our Honorable Deputy CM has made it very, very clear in the beginning itself as to why we are pitching for public-private partnership. And our experience in the past, basically we are trying to convey that our state is very, very ready and poised for this kind of investment. Our Deputy CM has also said that today evening our Telangana vision document is going to be released, and all the participants are requested to go through it, and wherever there is a possibility of investment and doing something more concrete technologically, I think the state will be welcoming all of you. With this, we will move to the next part of the question. I'll ask Harsha Khubchandani, that is for future ready infrastructure. With plans for logistic parks, industrial corridors, and increased energy needs, how can PPPs be leveraged to build and finance future ready infrastructure that is resilient to climate change and driven by frontier technology moving beyond conventional projects? Harsha.
So thank you for having me here. I think future ready means many things, and you rightfully pointed out. One is resilience to climate change, resilience to natural disasters, and the other is being prepared for technology upgradations. So we'll take the climate change first. I think it is a reality now that our temperatures are rising, climate patterns are changing, and when you are doing the due diligence and project preparation for logistics projects, for warehouses, for industrial corridors, you have to consider that the average temperature of the last 10 years is not going to be the temperature in the future. It is going to be much higher temperature, chances of flood might be higher, all those things they need to go into your design of your project. So you have to be prepared for higher temperatures, you need to prepare your drainage design accordingly, you need to prepare your cold chain accordingly, you need to prepare the warehouse design in such a way that the temperature, when it is very high, also your products are fine. Same for industrial corridors, the road might crack at very high temperatures. These are all small examples of how the climate change is affecting our projects today. It means that the maintenance cost is higher for such projects. It means that the developer who took the risk of those projects before is now not making the profits that he thought he would. So all of these things need to be incorporated in the project stage, in the project design stage, and all projects that the government of Telangana is now considering on a PPP basis should take up a climate change assessment as part of the technical due diligence part. The other now is the technology readiness of our projects. Now, this is something that cannot be predicted today for a 30-year project. Chances are that for the next 10 years, you might still be able to predict technology, but beyond that, it is very difficult to. This requires your contracts to be flexible. It requires that the parties approach projects in the spirit of a partnership and not that, oh, technology is changed, you have to push the developer. The technology also has a cost. So some flexibility and some understanding and consultation between parties is required at such stage, and the contract, the PPP contract, has to be designed to accommodate the excessive cost from better technology which might need to come in. These are just some examples, but the bottom line of what I'm trying to say is that a lot of the work has to be done at the preparation stage. Please prepare projects carefully, take the time for the due diligence, and then when you bring them to the market, the industry prefers certainty around projects and well-prepared projects.
Thank you, Harsha. I think you have touched the moot point of this climate, readiness, where it's very, very important that when we prepare the plan or prepare the DPR, it is very important that we keep the climate readiness in mind and future rising temperature in mind. And she also spoke about technology, readiness. As we all know, the technology is moving very, very fast, and the technology which is today may not be there after 10 years. It may be something else. So flexibility in the plan is also very, very important when we do the PPP, so that investor is very, very confident about it. So thank you, Harsha. And I will move to the next question. I request Mr. Gauri Shankar about green infrastructure. Given Telangana's focus on green energy, what innovative PPP models can be used to attract private capital for large-scale renewable energy projects and sustainable public transport systems while ensuring a viable return on investment for partners?
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Garu, Shri Sandeep Garu, fellow panelists and dear delegates, chala santosham ivala participate chese dantlo in this great event that is being organized at such a short notice. On the specific question of what models can be adopted, I think it's fairly simple. I mean, PPP projects evolved because these are largely very, very long-term projects. Some of them take 20, 30 years. Financial viability is quite challenging, and that's the reason why it was felt that a public and a private enterprise should jointly solve for it. Otherwise, each entity on its own would find it challenging. So in the most important question of green energy and more sustainability linked infrastructure, the models, even before we get into the models, I think the critical aspect that one has to address is how is the risk being quantified and how is the risk being mitigated. Because for any project to be deemed attractive for private capital, it has to be first bankable. For projects to be bankable, as all of us know, andaru home loans teesuntaru, it's you know how banks do their diligence and know what are all the questions they ask. So any project should first qualify the bankability aspect of it, and that means the risks have to be quite clearly quantified and the risks have to be quite clearly mitigated. That is the first step in the process of making any PPP project viable in that front. And the second thing is, Hyderabad and the state of Telangana is at the forefront of technology. Today, if you see where, as the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister was mentioning, Hyderabad has leapfrogged into the, becoming a technology and innovation center. And, irrespective of who has, been, coming to look into India, they all want to end up a large part of their share of investments and a large part of people coming and setting up shop end up being in Hyderabad because it is a technology center. And in terms of for green energy per se, because this is something which is absolutely critical for any industry that you're operating, whether you are in the hardcore renewable space for its own sake, or if you are in the IT space, or you are in data centers, or you are in any other logistics or transportation, how you power it through green energy is becoming very critical. To fund these projects, therefore, these long-term projects, in addition to risk mitigation, some form of blended financing can be looked into. Wherein you have capital, you have different tiered capital. Private capital should be taking the larger portion of the risk. There are public funds that should be taking, a lesser portion of the risk. For instance, you could come up with public financing of, let's say, for every 100 rupees that public puts in, private capital has to put in 900 rupees, and the 1,000 rupees goes into implementation of a project. and the risk and rewards can be, linked in the manner that who takes the bigger risk gets a bigger reward and who takes the lesser risk get the lesser reward. This sort of gives us more comfort that for private capital that there is someone else, the local communities through the government and through the public are actually underwriting the risks of the project and are serious about the execution and the completion of the project. So that is one community-based private partnership model, which I think can be seriously looked into. The other part is because this lends itself into sustainability, green energy. Sustainability linked loans, this has to be sort of, definitely be made part of the project. And the project also has to be broken up into enough pieces. The one other challenge we typically have in PPPs is that it's contractually very laborious. It's a long-term contract, and as Harsha was saying, it's you have many things change during the course of the contract, and usually this leads to a lot of wishful requirements sometimes coming up, and there is a long-term interest of the private capital and the government, but the contracts who are working on are interested in the short-term nature of their execution. So you need to have mechanisms wherein both of these can be bridged together, and sustainability linked loans which are measurable kind of ensures that there is incentive and there is cost optimization. Three,
financing where 10 from the public exchequer and from private. I think this is a very important point you have touched. Arora Garu. Telangana is reportedly exploring property monetization to bridge resources. What are the best practices for using PPP area to maximize returns for the state while maintaining public trust and avoiding speculative bubbles?
Thank you. Honorable CM sir and Mr. Sandeep, thank you for having us. Thank you to the entire audience for joining us here. Sir, you pointed out rightfully that the PPP model is not essentially about maximizing the economic value. It has to be balanced with the social impact and how do you maximize the value for the general public. So that fine line that you have to tread, I think we have to be very, very mindful of where do you draw that line. And I think coming from a business community, I think we always think even from a PPP perspective as the way to do it most efficiently is just to see it as any other organization and streamline the entire decision making. Now, obviously, there are certain key components of every PPP model, and you can have a playbook around this and then customize this to a specific project. So to focus on some of the critical parts, right? What could be the reserve price for the land, right? Now, it's important to have the right assessment of the fair value. As a government, you obviously don't want to fire sale anything, but at the same time, you don't want to discourage private participation. It's easier to get anchored to where the last bidding happened and adjust it for inflation, but markets change, the systems change, the priorities change, and hence every time we are trying to do a PPP, it's important to do a fair assessment and have a thought process around what the base price is going to be for this. I think the second aspect of this is exactly how do you monetize this land bank. Now there are various models. You can do an upfront sale, you can do a long-term lease, or you can do a mix and match. Again, it depends upon which asset, which market, and what are the priorities. In some of the city center projects, probably the private capital would be keen to front load their entire capex, but in some of the peripheral locations where you want to encourage them to come to, you might need to give them concessions where the lot of capex is not front loaded, but essentially in terms of the lease payments, it's given over time. I think the third critical component of any ideal public-private partnership, I would say, is how do we ensure that the execution contract is watertight? and there is no speculative bidding. So whether it's about the lockouts on further sale, whether it's about allocating a particular piece of land for affordable housing, or some of those, or standardizing the entire unit mix and pricing mix to ensure that everybody is aware of what the variables are and what are we playing around to create value or generate returns in this PPP. And I think from a government perspective, when you put all these three things together, you overlay this with how do you actually account for this. And from an accounting perspective, I would say again two critical bits. One would be to be very, very transparent about off-balance sheet liabilities in terms of any state guarantees that you are giving or any kind of subsidies that you are giving which are long-term in nature should definitely have a sunset clause and very, very transparently disclose to the private party as well as to the public in general. And also from a revenue perspective, these are capital inflows. So not to confuse them with a recurring revenue expenditure and not plan your budgets around this. And effectively to keep improving this efficiency and to ensure that the best practices, probably it's not a bad idea to have a dedicated PPP a committee or a land monetization committee which effectively consists of technocrats who are maximizing value for the government and public as well. Like from our perspective, we would say that government is an entity which public is a shareholder. So you set up that committee who works for the government, who works for the shareholders of the government to maximize the value.
Good, Mohit. I think you have touched a very, very important point, particularly about this different mode of PPP financing. You spoke about, when we talk about land monetization, you spoke about outright sale, you spoke about lease model, and it depends on the investor whether he wants to offload the front load the capex, or if he is not interested in front loading the capex. So you spoke about different models, then you spoke about execution of watertight, timeline. So I think that is very, very important. And last point which you said about dedicated PPP committee, I think is an important suggestion which we'll definitely discuss upon once the conference is over. And now I'll move to the next question, which I'll request again to Mohit. Affordable housing. How can PPP models be structured to accelerate the delivery of high quality, affordable housing, especially in fast growing urban centers like Hyderabad and second tier cities, ensuring this growth is inclusive and aligns with Vision 2047?
Sure, sir. Sir, as Blackstone, affordable housing is very close to our heart. We do this in big way in some of the urban centers, including New York and London. Again, I think it's very critical, as you rightly pointed out, with a lot of immigration happening into some of these commercial centers and land prices and house prices going up. It's important that the affordable housing is focused, and it has to be focused through a PPP partnership to ensure that the housing remains affordable for the people who are coming into some of these urban centers for better opportunities. Again, coming from Mumbai, I would say, sir, there are various ways to structure this PPP. One is obviously cross-subsidy program that we see a lot in Mumbai, which is typically called a slum rehabilitation plan, or an SRA as we call it, where the government gives you the land. It might be encroached or otherwise freely available. The private party comes in, they have a little bit of a market units or a market apartments that are sold at market prices, and at the same time the profits from them actually goes ahead and compensates the affordable component of that development. So it's a mixed development with an affordable component and a market component, where the market component subsidizes that affordable component. So that's one way to look at it, which we are seeing in Mumbai being done big time. The other way could be just the viability gap fundings that you do, and that are more critical, I would say, in some of the periphery areas where the market prices of even the market units are not that high, or the land prices are not that high, that actually giving land at a concession is adding or is ensuring that the project becomes viable. So at which point in time there is an absolute amount of capex that government might need to support to ensure some other periphery projects are also taken off. But I think equally important, sir, and that we are seeing a lot in some of the developed markets, and we would want to see big time in India as well, and specifically Telangana, is the entire concept around rental housing. This is something that can very well take care of a lot of this population which is coming in and moving out. A lot of this mobile population, where you have affordable rental housing for them. We've taken a big initiative under PMAY. But if you compare India to some of the other developed economies, what you see typically in India, why rental housing has not taken off, it's today probably like 15% of the market, vis-a-vis 40-50% in some of the developed markets, is one, the rental yields are very low. The rental yields in a house in India are probably close to 2-3%, the financing rate of 8%, vis-a-vis some of the markets like US and Europe, where the rental yields are close to 6 and the cost of financing is 5, right? So the delta where a lot of private parties are not able to come and actually support affordable housing. And despite these positive yields, a lot of government, like in US, sir, if you're building an affordable housing, you actually get construction cost linked tax credits. So essentially, if you're spending $100, you get that $100 back as tax incentives, which you can monetize over the next 10-15 years. And what these developers do is actually discount that cash flow upfront and secure capital from the private equity guys and reduce their overall cost, right? In some other countries in Europe, including Germany, they essentially give 60% of the cost of construction as loans, which are at very marginal rates. They are backloaded in terms of principal repayment, and actually if you deliver ahead of the milestone, they waive off a part of the principal. So some of those concessionary terms and support from the government have led to affordable housing being a big proportion of overall housing in some of the developed markets, and we would want to see a lot of that coming in India and specifically in Telangana. Again, like any other private partnership and more so in affordable, I think the margins will be very, very thin. So it's important to ensure that in terms of the timelines and the cost, it's run very, very efficiently. So from government perspective, in the giving up the land, ensuring there are probably pre-approved building plans, standardized units, standardized prices, right? And a lot of clarity in around what is going to happen in terms of the policy initiatives over the next 3 to 5 years, I think will give a lot of confidence to the private parties to actually come up and share a little bit of this burden around the affordable housing.
I think what Mohit just raised about this rehabilitation plan, I think the Mumbai has a great example of Dharavi slum rehabilitation. So I think that's a good idea. Then you spoke about this viability gap funding. I think with the cost of land rising, the cost of housing also is rising very much in most of the urban parts of the country. So I think that's also a good idea. And you will be happy to note that our government is going for massive housing for poor people. Almost 20 lakh housing in next 4-5 years is the plan, and the cost of one housing is more than 5 lakh rupees. So that's going to be a big housing project. Almost 2.5 lakh to 3 lakh houses have been grounded. They are getting constructed. So housing is definitely a priority for the government, and we are also thinking of the middle class housing, and that's where the whole challenge is. So in that case, your rental housing scheme, which you said, I mean, you mean to say the government should construct houses and give it on rent, because in private sector it doesn't work out, because the rate of returns on rent is much lesser than the bank interest. So I think good ideas have been given by you. So we'll definitely discuss all those points, and appropriate decision the government will take in due course. Now my next question to Mr. Gauri Shankar again about the alignment of vision. How can the state ensure that individual PPP projects, which often have a 20 to 30 years lifespan, remain agile and aligned with the evolving priorities of the Telangana Rising 2047 vision, especially with the shifts in technology and climate goals?
That's a very interesting question. And like I was mentioning before, one of the most critical risks that are there is the long-term nature of the PPP partnership that happens. But the world evolves, and of late the world is evolving much faster. The first step would ideally be to break up a long-term contract into multiple smaller contracts. There can be a core delivery that is required, and then there can be smaller packages that are around. And some of these smaller packages can then be, instead of giving out one tender and fixing one contract which tries to bind all the moving parts in one framework, and then which we'll struggle to unwind as things evolve, break up the contracts into multiple pieces so that each time as things evolve, you have smaller packages to concentrate on. This helps in understanding the issue that is being addressed better at the early stage itself. And also when things start evolving, it is easier to address those on a piecemeal basis. And because it will be in multiple packages, you could involve multiple partners for each of these packages, which means that you are having better oversight and more participation into these contracts, and it gets vetted. The more diligence get done by multiple parties, the more risk assessment happens, and the more things that can go wrong and that can be done better is coming out in the upfront itself. And the second thing which one could look at is actually kind of reimagine how you measure performance itself. If I mean, let's take an example. Let's say the government wants to build a road, and the road building is required as a part of decongestion. There's a lot of congestion, and that is affecting public transport, and therefore you need a bigger road and a wider road. So the contract is going to say that, okay, we are going to lay a 10-kilometer road. Who is, and this is the timeline we wanted. These are the specifications. Who is the best party that can come and deliver this? Could we relook at it in a different manner as a performance-based, which is, I know it is simplistic, maybe difficult, but just for an example, instead of saying a 10-kilometer road, can the government say that I want a partner who is going to deliver me a solution of making people reach from point A to point B in 15 minutes. That distance is 10 kilometers, but that is the physical metric of it. What essentially people and the public need is what is the time that they are going to take to commute. So if you actually look at what is being tendered out and what is the expectation, there is a divergence. I don't want to name the city, but I was in a city, I flew in from a city to Hyderabad. There the distance is very short, but the time to travel is humongously long. So in one way the government may be meeting its requirement by tendering it 10 kilometers, but if it's going to take you 2 hours to travel, it defeats the purpose. So can the government look at performance-based measures when they sort of look at these PPP contracts, so that they are much more agile. With that you bring in, when you pose that problem set to professionals, they are going to come up with solutions which may not have been thought through initially itself. And the third thing I would say is that in most cases, the preparatory work that is required is a lot more, which gets underestimated. When a PPP project is envisaged, it is an idea, but it requires a lot of technical assessment and a lot of due diligence, which requires a lot of funding. So I would recommend that the government actually look at setting up some fund, allocate a fund which actually looks at diligencing the projects much more rigorously, and so that when those contracts are coming to the market, they can be easily understood and they can be easily sort of tendered and participants at it. It does cost a little bit upfront, but it saves a lot of time value of money for the government. The government may be putting 10 rupees today, but if it's able to save 6 months or 12 months of timeline, the amount of benefit that it is able to pass on to the eventual public is humongous in terms of value. And the last point, to bring in the private participants ahead of time. There is a lot of times when private participants are happy to do pro bono work with the government to find out solutions. They may not end up winning the tender, but that is okay. But the private participants are more than willing, as a part of their social responsibility, to work with governments to assess very rigorously solutions that can be provided and what can be and because it's an evolving technology and each of us have worked with, no one person knows everything. The multiple people, multiple sets of professionals face different sets of challenges, and if all of them are coming together before the idea gets frozen and before it is getting tendered out, I think it can be managed and can be structured much better, and the solution, the outcome of that and the benefit that accrues to the public will be much more. So that's my short view on this one.
I think Mr. Gaurisagar, you have raised a very, very important point, and it is true that whenever we tender a project in the sense that we want a road project from A to B kind of this thing. But this is the first time we are hearing that we should talk about outcome-based projects. Like we want to travel from, let us say, Gachibowli to, let us say, Tukkuguda or this Bharat Future City. How much time it should take, and accordingly projects should be designed. That's what you are basically trying to convey. I think it's a very, very important point for all the policy makers to understand this, and I think this point will carry on from here. And second point which you told about this, this preparatory work which basically goes before the, PPP projects. So you were basically suggesting some funds to be earmarked for this purpose so that, many of the agencies can use the fund and go for an effective solution for the problems being faced by the government. And that's what are the 2 points which you raised. Now my next question will go to Miyooka again, is regarding the social sector. This beyond economic growth, how can PPPs in social infrastructure such as healthcare facilities, education hubs,
Of honor for our Deputy Chief Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly collect your bags before you go. We are delivering it to your place if you are standing there.
Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing.
please kindly collect your bags. I repeat, before you leave this arena. By the way, we have an interesting and yet another amazing session as the closing session for day 2. On a high note, I request all of you to stay back for this session as well.
Of great history, technology, and tourism that you gotta see. Telangana rising. It's just amazing, the future is building. See the unity, diversity in the city. Here we welcome the world where dreams unfold. Let's all uphold every life and soul.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to stay back. One for the next session, and also kindly collect your bags. Thank you.
It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining, Telangana rising, state is so shining. Telangana rising, 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 rising. State is so shining. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we close day 2 with yet another promising session. It is one of the most favorite trending topics ever, startups. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly stay back for this session with a conversation at the heart of Telangana's future. It's startups, entrepreneurs across every state who are building solutions that shape industries in everyday life. I request all of you to kindly be noted and stay excited for the upcoming session right in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. Check sound, volume. Ladies and gentlemen, I really want all of you to kindly settle down. Hope you got your bags. Kindly quickly settle down, please. Can I have the volume on the monitor, please? Monitor. I request all of you to stay excited for the coming up session. The session on startups, entrepreneurs across the state. So we have our startup founders, we have innovators, exemplary leaders, technology leaders, venture ecosystem representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly settle down. I require a little silence in the front. I hope we are done with the photo session. Can we clear this arena, please? We are heading to the next session. 1 second. Sir, kindly, madam. Kind cooperation required here, everyone. Thank you. Request all of you. Madam, can you please clear, please? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, madam. We are waiting for you to please clear this place. Check sound. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, am I audible? Give a heads up, everyone. Are you excited for the session? Super, yeah. All of you are great. Must be Timpanians all around, amazing students. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as India charts its path towards becoming a $3 trillion economy, a powerhouse, Telangana stands as a pivotal juncture. The session brings together leading voices from the government, industry, and the startup ecosystem to explore how innovation, entrepreneurship, and strategic public-private collaboration can accelerate the state's trajectory. The discussion will highlight the role of deep tech, digital public infrastructure, focused innovation, clusters, and enabling policies that can unlock new growth engines. Ladies and gentlemen, together the panel will examine what Telangana must build today: stronger ecosystems, future-ready talent, and globally competitive startups to shape a thriving innovation-led economy by 2047. So I'm so proud here to stand up in front of you to invite our esteemed panelists onto the table. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause. I know we must be doing Swiggy every day. Huge round of applause for Mr. Nandan Reddy with a huge round of applause. Come on. Oh, now I know the person from Swiggy. Give a big round of applause. So you know you have been spoiling all of us. Do you even realize you have been spoiling all of us? Give a big round of applause. Come on. What an amazing thought that was. The co-founder of Swiggy, one of the most iconic unicorns and most recognized everyday apps. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up is the founder and managing partner, VC Mint. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Aditya Vucci. There is running and jogging. Oh my God, this is a higher in energy. This is high in energy. Huge round of applause to a serial entrepreneur and an investor who's invested in more than 42 companies in the last 18 months. Congratulations. Moving on, we have the founder and managing partner, Aurora Venture Partners. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Gaurav Gulati with a huge round of applause, who leads early stage investments at Aura Ventures, More than 400 crore fund. Oh my God, that's a big figure. Give a big round of applause. Hearty congratulations to you. Moving on, the Startup Solutions Architect Leader, Amazon Web Services, Mr. Gautam Kurumella, with a huge round of applause. Look at the simplicity while he walks in. Give a big round of applause. A man with a great vision, who helps them with AI and cloud architecture that would enable them to scale globally. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up is the co-founder, 91 Springboard. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Pranay Gupta, who's a pioneer of India's co-working and startup ecosystem, enabling thousands of founders through 91 Springboard as an investor with 91 Ventures. Moving on, we have the founder and CEO, Red Health. Give a big round of applause for this big name, Mr. Pradeep Singh. Huge round of applause to him. India's fastest medical emergency response and the country's largest ambulance fleet, transforming accessibility and speed of care across 500 plus cities. Incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, our next valuable esteemed speaker is the founder, Cosmoserve, Mr. Chiranjeevi Fanindra, with a huge round of applause, who's a former scientist at ISRO, building Cosmoserve, a space tech risk removal company from Telangana for the world. All right, moving ahead, we have the co-founder, Perceptine. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Ravi Teja Chivukula, who's the co-founder, a startup developing semi-humanoid robots with full-stack AI platform for the global manufacturing industry. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for all our esteemed panelists. And it's my absolute pleasure and honor to invite the moderator of today's most interesting session on startups, Mr. Kavi Krut, the CEO, T-Hub. So there's so much fan following. Looks like some Pavan Kalyan has dropped in. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Kavi, who actively works with all the founders, corporates, incubators, and ecosystem partners to help build Telangana ecosystem. Let's give a big round of applause. The final session of the 2 days. Huge round of applause, and over to you.
It's lovely to be here. This is the last session of the day. The mic just came on. It's the last session of the day, and we are hoping to pack it into a tight 30 minutes of the panel. Then we have a short, very interesting introduction to a very interesting platform, and then we'll do 3 or 4 questions with everyone. Thank you, my team, for embarrassing me every time I'm on stage. And this is a very power-packed panel. You can see we have a lot of people. We don't have good representation of women founders here, so we'll do better next time. We also messed up Aditya's photo, but he's here, so you can see him. We are also sitting in the same order as what's on the screen. I'm very happy to be here. The march to 2047 for a $3 trillion economy cannot happen without startups playing a definitive role. And we don't know what that role is. We don't know what the number contribution will be towards 3 trillion. Mostly startups don't know what they're doing, as you all know. But we hope today in this session that over the next 30, 40 minutes, we will be able to unpack what value startups together can unlock. And for that, the panel is very interesting. Obviously, it's already been introduced by the MC. But I want to just call out a quick show of hands on who's sitting here. So people who founded a company or two. Pretty much everybody. Don't forget, Gaurav. People who've started co-working companies. We have 2 of them. People who actively invest either as angels or manage funds. Basically, almost everyone. People who just took a big risk to quit their jobs and start a company, like in the last 2 or 3 years. We have a few people there. People who failed at building ventures either inside their startup or outside. I think most hands will go up. Come on, Prab, you must have failed at something. Okay. So it's a very interesting conversation, and we will focus on what I already spoke about. We are going to keep it free-flowing. It's going to be quite straightforward. We will spend 1 round of questions just asking, what their background sort of portrays on the topic at hand. And then, we'll just go into a 2nd round of questions on what we spoke about. That's the plan. I'll take a small step back before we begin. The startup economy in India is only about 15 to 17 years old. Flipkart was 2007 or 8, right? Swiggy right here is about 11 years? 2014, so it's about 11 years, they just did an IPO. So the industry is super new, and we are talking about the next 22 years. So there's still a lot to be done, and I think when we think of startups, we sometimes only think about consumer tech, and sometimes we only think, I mean now more recently we only talk about deep tech. But when you think about innovation as a larger agenda on where can new, interesting, disruptive enterprises come from, there are actually 3 such places where they can come from. One is hustlers and builders like themselves who step up, leave their cushy jobs and try to do something risky. Most of them fail, some of them succeed. The second place is what happens inside of corporates, which we're not sort of covering today. Massive companies invent amazing products which go on to disrupt, scale and create basically new ventures. Many companies have systematic ways of doing that. The third place, which we often forget, given how nascent and new our industry and our startup economy is in Hyderabad, in Telangana, in the country, is research and innovation. So if you look at the West historically, a lot of the amazing products we use today, from smartphones to internet to cybersecurity products, they were all born in universities where professors were doing research, and then it got commercialized and ended up for civilian use, right? So we will end today's session within the 60 minutes with a very interesting company here, FirstGen, who's here from the UK. They have built a very interesting platform which works like a plug-and-play system for non-commercialized research, which could be patented or not. So basically innovation that has not been commercialized, to take it to market, which could later be taken over by a founder, it could be purchased by an investor, it could even be completely 100% acquired by a enterprise. This is new to us as a country, and because we're talking about the future, I thought we should end with something that opens up our minds to something that is so new to us that will help us get to 2047. So I'll invite Philip and Clemens post the conversation ends here. That's it, that's all for my spiel. We'll jump in now, I'll take my seat. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. No. We have a few mics here, so we'll pass around. It's a big table. I'll start off with Nandan. Nandan's not often seen on panels, so he's doing a big favor by being here and helping us have a conversation. Nandan's from Hyderabad, but 14 years ago moved to Bangalore, to set up and launch a company called Bundle Technologies. If you haven't heard of it, that means you have never seen your Swiggy order invoice. If you see it, you'll see Bundle on it. They started out to build an aggregated platform for courier packages. Of course, none of you have heard this. And then they found that the biggest reason when food deliveries happen, 10 years ago, you used to call your restaurant to ask, where is my order? That was the biggest cause for calls, and you just couldn't track your orders. So they started 10, 11 years ago in Koramangala with a limited menu, with limited restaurants, and have grown into what has become today synonymous with food delivery. So I have one opening question for you, Nandan, which is, what does it feel like to go through that whole journey in a decade? Many founders aspire to do that. What did you learn along the way? Your heart is in Hyderabad, but your work is in Bangalore. So tell us a little bit about that too.
So, loaded question. Firstly, great to be here, by the way. Always good to be back in hometown. I was born and brought up in Hyderabad, and keep coming back, keep finding excuses to come back to Hyderabad as often as possible. So I think in general, looking at the journey over a decade, largely it does feel a little surreal, and I think it's always basically also in a zone where it is also unfinished, because there is always more to do. There's always more to get done. So we pretty much come from a place of saying, always be paranoid, always be basically pushing. So we take it one day at a time, 1 month, max 1 year at a time, and usually not someone to look back so often. But I think it's been a lot of lucky coincidences, some good decisions, some bad decisions, just all of them pretty much, let's say, add up over time. But yeah, that's largely, I think, maybe a way to describe it. Learnings, I think, I can maybe go in multiple different places, but largely I think the one thing that just maybe keeps us going is being able to kind of build consumer products that I love, and potentially be able to build things that we ourselves can use that consumers find value in, and being paranoid, right? Like these are the two things that we are usually kind of looking at.
Being paranoid. Thank you, Nandan. And many of you may not know this. When you look at multiple co-founder companies, the companies where co-founders divide and rule is where the most interesting things start happening. Nandan runs, I don't know what to call it. Nandan runs everything new at Swiggy.
Yeah, new initiatives.
Everything new at Swiggy, like a lab. They started, how many of you remember Swiggy Minis? It's good they don't remember it. It didn't do as well as they wanted it to. It's still somewhere there hidden on the app. But Instamart, which has now become synonymous with ordering groceries in 10 minutes, was also started in this lab, and it's become as large as you can see today. Quick commerce was invented there. So that's Nandan's role there. Thank you, Nandan. So you've seen all the big ups and downs. I'll just shift to Prab next. Prab, you were in a cushy consulting job, decided to quit it, then come to Hyderabad for many reasons which we don't have to get into today. But you chose to build a healthcare operations company, which is now phenomenally supercharged with technology and AI in this city. And I know you made a very consultant-like, framework-based choice to do it with some heart in it. Tell us about that choice, and tell us, in your view, what should we do next as a city, as a community, to get to our path towards 3 trillion and 2047?
I grew up in Chandigarh, Kavi, so I carried a chip on my shoulder that I am from a well-planned city, and I moved to Hyderabad in 2014, and I was just taken aback by how Hyderabad offered an amazing mix of quality of life, along with a lot of things that, a natural choice like a Delhi. Like being a Punjabi, a lot of people ask me if my head office is in Delhi, right? But the quality of life in 2014 in Hyderabad was amazing. So when I went out to do my MBA and then a job and decided to start up, I was very sure that I can't build out of Bombay, where I've lived in 10 years, because of the, I wanted a quality of life. But more importantly, when we actually looked at the industry that I am in, I run ambulances for a living. And what we needed is strong healthcare ecosystem. I believe Hyderabad, when it comes to hospitals, is the capital of healthcare. A lot of pharmaceutical companies are also here as well. But also what we forget is Hyderabad is the mapping capital of the world almost, right? When you speak to people in Apple and in Google, they run their mapping system here. So we realized that, hey, that's an advantage. We'll find a lot of talent that knows that side of the world. And also logistics. Hyderabad was easier to build, given that it doesn't have the constraints that Bombay has. To build an ambulance business is a hyper-local business, right? Bombay had unique constraints. Delhi was too large. Bangalore, the first question that everyone would have asked is, how would you manage the traffic? Hyderabad just was such an organic choice for us. And for me, who was looking to settle down, have my family grew up here, quality of life, clean air, fantastic infrastructure mattered. And then when I was looking at it from building a company standpoint, the residual, the ecosystem that we speak about was present here, but also it gave us proximity. I mean, come on, Hyderabad airport is 30 minutes away. I fly, we are in 40 cities, and all those 40 cities are accessible. There's not a single indirect flight that I have to take, a single connection I have to take to fly to all those cities. So I think Hyderabad has now, I recommend it to everyone who's looking to start up, barring maybe a few challenges like we speak of, how can we attract more investors to set up shop here? Glad to see a few people who are doing that. But otherwise, for me, if a young startup's looking to come in, Hyderabad's now such a fantastic ecosystem, and thanks a lot to you as well.
Doing our jobs. You didn't queue up on 2047, I'll come back to that, but you did a fantastic job of segueing to Gaurav when you spoke about Delhi. You also spoke about flying in. You also spoke about, we need more investors. So Gaurav runs Aroa Ventures. We are doing introductions as part of this. We also had the opportunity to work together back at OYO. But more interestingly, both Gaurav and Pranay started co-working companies. Sometimes we don't understand how important co-working is. We always look at co-working as one of the things that we do for startups. The reason is important is because 15 years ago, if you wanted to start a company in India as a founder, you will not get a bride or a groom. That's secondary. But more importantly, if you wanted an office in India for 2 people, it was impossible to do that. You just can't get office for 2 people. So one of the first interventions, which is why T-Hub also started with that, was that you should allow 2 people to register a small company and get started. So, Pranay started 91 Springboard, which is the pioneering co-working company in India. And Gaurav started Innovate, which happened to be one of the most premium and did very well. But a question for you, Gaurav, is most of your life, everything has been in Delhi. You've been in NCR mostly. I know you spent some time in the US. The question is, I know that you recently came to Hyderabad. 100 people applied to pitch to your 400 crore fund. And then something very interesting happened. So tell us about that. Also tell us about regionally, for Telangana, which direction are we heading from a startup investor lens? And what is getting you very excited about it?
Thank you for that. Am I audible?
You're audible.
Yeah.
Keep it close.
Sure. Thank you, Kavi. It's a pleasure actually to be here. As you rightfully pointed out, my introduction to Hyderabad is very new. The first time I ever landed in Hyderabad was 3 years ago. And that's where I got introduced to this whole idea of government funds of funds. Prior to that, I wasn't even aware that state governments or central government was investing in funds. So Hyderabad is very close to heart from that perspective. We have since then expanded the partnership at Aroa. A partner named Shekhar Puli, who joined the firm last year, is originally from Hyderabad, so that's another commitment from our end to the region. And coming back to what you mentioned about our experience here, 3 months ago is when I reached out to you saying that, hey, it would be interesting to do a demo day at T-Hub. Our focus is healthcare sustainability and deep tech. And surprisingly, within a span of, I think, 20 to 25 days, we received actually over 170 applications. And typically, all VCs or investment firms will go through a quick screening. We were able to short a little over 100 startups, out of which on demo day, startups were finalized for the one-on-one pitches. And from the 23, we were just fascinated to see the quality of the founders, the clarity with which the problem statements were defined, and the commitment to execute in a highly bootstrapped manner. A lot of people get caught up in this idea of raising funds and quickly raising funds and deploying. But that's one significant difference that I noticed, at least in the startups that we ended up finalizing. So out of the 8, I'm actually happy to actually share this here, is that as of last night, we've signed 3 term sheets with 8 of, and I think out of the 8, we may have at least 2 or 3 more that'll get finalized in the next week or 2.
These are phenomenal numbers. So 8 out of 170. Yeah. So about a 4% term sheet offer rate, and which is unheard of.
Yeah, but again, I would like to emphasize the quality of the founding teams. So we had, even from an age distribution perspective, some firms, founders in their early 20s, but also experienced professionals who have had decades of experience in the US, have set up shop here in India, and in a very diligent way building these businesses out. So I'm certainly a huge fan. We are committed to the region, and I think the sectors that we're focused on will end up playing a significant role in the Vision 2047.
Fantastic. You also gave me a good segue into talking to Chiran and Ravi here. So that's right, that's very interesting. When I came in here too, I was surprised by the quality of founders. And I asked myself this question, which a lot of people ask now, which is saying, where are all these founders? We don't see them at all. And my answer is always, in Hyderabad, founders are busy putting their heads down and building, right? But sometimes they're on panels. They emerge to meet us on panels. So, I'll segue that to both Chiran and Ravi. Chiran, you were busy at ISRO, doing some very cool stuff, which you should tell us about in 30 seconds. But you decided to quit all of that and come back to start a space debris removal company. And you chose not to do it in Bangalore. Again, this is not a race. But given the summit that we are at, we'd love to hear why you did that and moved back to Hyderabad to build a space debris removal company.
Yeah, am I audible? Yeah. Yes, you are. Okay. So first of all, thank you Telangana Rising Global Summit for giving me this opportunity. And I'm privileged to sit with my seniors, may not be in age, but, but building the organization. So I'm privileged to sit with them. So every childhood story starts with once upon a time there used to be. And my story today also starts with once upon a time there used to be space in space. Now the space is not there. It's all cluttered with debris. And this space debris is actually creating greater threat to the operational satellites. So that's when I decided that I should do something about this. And the space debris, it's going to increase with exponential increase in satellite launches. So if we let that happen, the future generations, that means our children and grandchildren, will never be able to use space again. So that's the whole big problem. So at Cosmos of Space, we are building these solutions for space debris problem. And this is highly essential for the space economy to grow to $1.8 trillion by 2035. And what I mean by, you do know here that we are in top 5 nations in spacefaring nations, right? And in some cases, we are even top nation. But do you know what is the share of the global space economy of India? It's just 2%. So why? Because ISRO is the only organization having that burden on their shoulders, moving forward and building this stuff till now. And then government has opened up space to all in 2020, and players like us are coming in. And the target given to us is to take the 2% share to 8% by 2030. So Telangana has got a great potential to contribute to this particular goal. And why I moved from Bangalore to Hyderabad, again, as you said, I'm not comparing with Bangalore, but Bangalore I really like. I worked there at ISRO for 6 years. I decided that I will build Cosmosov at Bangalore because I know where I get what I want, especially in space domain. So that's very much clear for me, and I wanted to build out of Bangalore. Then one day I happened to come to Skyroot, saw their amazing facility, and if someone can build in our own homeland such kind of facility, why can't I? And then I started exploring the places here. Then I realized that all the manufacturing facilities and the testing facilities are all available in Hyderabad, thanks to DRDO for establishing these facilities. Everything is available. And the two important things here, T-Hub and T-Works, which are not there elsewhere. T-Hub, the largest innovation center, which builds the beautiful ecosystem. And T-Works, you go with an idea and they give a prototype to you. So these kind of facilities are very much important at an early stage. So after seeing all these facilities, I decided to move to Hyderabad. And very recently, I got a call from Secretariat, from one of the government officials. They invited me to Secretariat. They read an article about me and they told, like, you're building something great, and how can we contribute and how can we help you building this stuff? I think this kind of things, I don't know whether it will happen elsewhere or not, but it is happening in Hyderabad, and very happy that I took the step of moving to Hyderabad. Thank you.
Amazing. Tell us in 10 seconds what you did at ISRO, because it's so cool. What you did at ISRO. Just tell us what you were doing before you.
So I was a deputy project director for the Gaganyaan program, which is set to send humans to space in our own rocket and bring them back safely. I represented India on a global platform for space debris mitigation, understood how big is the problem, what are the technologies available, and where are the gaps. That's when I started building Cosmos of Space. 30 seconds over.
Amazing. Truly rocket science. Over to Ravi, and then I'll come to the rest right after. Ravi, if you guys haven't taken a walk around the stalls area, please go back after this and do it. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. There are these robots walking all around, as you may have noticed. But I want you to go to the Perceptine stall in the IT department area. There are there's a robotic arm and there's a semi-humanoid robot that you should check out. Today, these robots can assemble, like humans, things on the assembly line. He will tell us about it. But in addition to that, Ravi, my question for you is, and let's talk about the future a little bit. You guys are building world-class robots out of Hyderabad, out of Telangana, and building it for the world. What do you don't have? What more do we need to do together as an ecosystem? And tell us about Perceptine.
Yeah, I think, thanks Kavi for asking that. And yeah, we are building global cutting-edge technology, AI-powered robots from Hyderabad, from Telangana. The biggest, we need three things, in my opinion, to build deep tech, like cutting edge tech, right? A, we need capital. We need capital that can help you focus, basically can actually help you innovate, right? So most capital that's available in India, that's mostly for businesses where the models and the technology has been proven. But what we need is risk capital, especially for deep tech, right? And that's something that's really falling in place with the government's RDI initiative and a lot of initiatives here in Telangana. But I think that's a very, very good thing that's falling now in place. The fact that we are all talking about deep tech now, and it wasn't the case even 3 years ago, I think that's a very good change to begin with. So I think capital is the most important thing, and that's really falling in place. 2, we need talent, right? We need good people who have been experts in their field for 10, 15, 20 years, right? And not just fresh college grads. Like fresh college grads are good, but their aptitude and their energy is different. But an experienced person who has 15, 20 years of dedicated experience in a field, those are the kind of people whom we need. And so there are 2 things at work. One, of course, Trump's work in the US, but there is a lot of attraction here, especially for Hyderabad, and where in our organization we've had at least 4 people, who actually returned from the US and wanted to build something, and then they saw us and they wanted to join like a cutting edge technology that we are building. So I think talent, both of these are working really well, especially in Telangana. I share a very similar story like Chiran, right? I mean, wanted to move back to Hyderabad and made a very conscious decision. Looking at the infrastructure here, looking at, the fact that governments here recognize startups, right? And that's something, very like what happens in other tier 1 cities in our country. Like government here have something called T-Hub, have something called T-Works, and they actively recognize and encourage startups, something that's absolutely important, right? And 3, of course, is the infrastructure and the kind of institutions which I've already touched upon. I think all of these 3, some of them are just macro trends and they're really falling in place. And the third one, I think the Telangana government here is doing a very good job in terms of the T-Hub and T-Works and all the other infrastructure and institutions.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ravi. We'll now take a step back, talk about community ecosystem. We have Gautam here from AWS, who's basically figuring out how can the AWS platform and its architecture actually help startups build what they do. Gautam, and I'll give you guys a fun fact. It is not easy to raise funding. As T-Hub also for us, and as a representation of what the government is doing, it is very hard to do that. But I'll tell you a fun fact that we were just reviewing. In the last 2 years, while we've dispensed about $1 million, 8.5 crores or so in funding via the separate funds that we manage, but we dispensed 36 crores in credits from AWS, from Google, from Microsoft. We are the largest incubator distributing credits, in the country. So, and that's only possible because corporates like yourself, large companies like yourself, care for startups. Tell us why do you care, and tell us what is your plan to 2047, so that we can keep relying on you guys to get to our march to that.
So, a couple of things, right? I think AWS and Amazon has presence in the state, in Hyderabad, for a very long period of time. But most of the developers in the room or the startup founders, you can actually remember, the one thing that connects, if you go to the AWS console, is something called as AP South 2, which is nothing but actually the infrastructure that we have in Hyderabad, right? So Hyde region came up in year 2022. That's one of our biggest infrastructure, investments in the country, and the whole idea is actually we are here for long, right? So again, multiple things have to sort of converge if you have to invest, if you have to make that kind of an investment. There has to be like power, cooling, support from the government, the local talent, world-class operations, so on and so forth, right? So all of these things sort of converged, and all of these things happen. So if I had to draw the analogy, so in generally most of the Western countries, so you build the infrastructure, right? So before the cities come up, you build the infrastructure or the highways, you develop those first. So I think if you have to draw the parallels, so we have now those compute infrastructure or the digital highways, so to speak. Now we have, ample opportunity and capacity for the local startups, the businesses, and digital and smart cities to come up and leverage those compute rails that we have. In terms of how we are actually using some of those things and enabling some of the startups, one of the things that we have actually started as a program, what we internally call as AWS Activate, and it's pretty much resonates with pretty much all the founders in the country. That's actually access to the initial compute, to try your product, to build your product, to test the waters, and get to a stage where you actually can do your product market fit, right? I think that's extremely important, because at that point of time, you actually literally don't have any backup or any support from any venture-backed firm. So I think that's a very important stuff. The second thing is, from a journey standpoint, there are 3 phases to that, right? So one is the development phase, what we call as co-build, where experts from AWS also get involved in terms of giving them the right, I would say, guidance in development. But once you have the product, how you actually market those things, right? The whole idea of co-marketing, and once the co-marketing and you scale using the marketing mechanisms, how you can actually co-sell. So some of those things are all integrated as part of these programs that we have for startups. And T-Hub as a partner has been like, core to our mission in terms of, making or identifying the right startups early on and engaging them and providing them the right support. So like I said, we are here for long, so these investments would continue to happen in the coming years, and we are super excited to see what we can actually do in this state and with the talent that we have in Hyderabad.
Thank you, Gautam. I'll come to Pranay and then Aditya. Sorry, saving the best for the last. Pranay, you've obviously seen a lot in the last decade plus of building, a 91 Springboard, but so you started a co-working company which is doing really well now. Then you went into investing, angel syndicates, all of that. All of that is a phenomenal story. I want to hear where that's going for you in the future. What do you think are the areas, because when you do small checks, right, you see that better than what VCs in some ways do. What are the bright spots that you see where there's a lot of opportunity, like a request for startups that Y Combinator does? You're sitting here. What are the 4 or 5 areas where you would love to see early stage founders build? And of course, tie it back to, what we should do as a state.
Sure. But, hello. So Kavi, I'll also talk about one thing where I want to thank Hyderabad. 91 Springboard became a co-working company because of Hyderabad.
Really?
And we started out of Delhi. We were trying to do a small fund with a space and an ecosystem. The fund was taking time, right? But our first space filled up. We got another opportunity in Gurgaon. We filled that up. But when Hyderabad, we got an opportunity, right? There was, so Pennar Industries, they had some floors empty and they said, why don't you run it here? We said, let's try to run one remotely. And if we can do one remotely, we can do 100 remote. And once that became successful is when we said we are in the co-working business. We'll keep the fund part a bit aside and we'll focus on co-working. So Hyderabad ecosystem has always had a very important role in the journey.
Fantastic.
I've played. Coming back to investments, I'm running a syndicate fund investing about 50 crore to 1.5 crore, advising another VC fund. And the kind of startups we are seeing here, especially focused on deep tech, AI as a space, medtech, biotech space, I think that's amazing. The one other space which is still a bit under the VC radar, which I'm loving, and I think that's where founders can focus a lot more on, is the advanced engineering and manufacturing space. So there's a portfolio company of ours called Thermoflight. They started with creating what's called refractory materials, which is used in steel factories. The founders are students who started out of IIT Hyderabad. And now they're creating advanced materials company as a subsidiary in tie-up with, so like when I say in tie-up, I mean customers like Midhanis, etc. And the moment I'm saying that name, you recognize that that's like the ecosystem of Hyderabad. As entrepreneurs, as investors, we can build really good startups there.
Very interesting. Engineering and manufacturing. We actually have 4 startups we'll introduce to you tomorrow. But excited, that's amazing. I'll come to Aditya. Aditya, wrap this up for us. You've been building what, companies out of Telangana for the last 20 years?
Yeah, 15 years.
We'll round it up to 20. Many of your, I know some of your companies didn't do well. I know one did really well. And I know that now you're all about figuring out how we can give back, pay forward. How can we unlock the value of this ecosystem, both as an investor, as a founder? I want to hear a little bit about that. I want you to focus on the future. You have 22 years ahead after 15, rounded up to 20 years of building. what do you want to do as someone here who cares? And what would you like the state, other founders, incubators, everyone on this stage to do to contribute a massive number to 3 trillion?
For me, I'm from Hyderabad, been here all my life, apart from a few years outside. So for me, when I was building out of Hyderabad, it felt so natural. Not that just because I'm from here, but just that the talent availability was there. And this I'm talking 2009, 2010. And that could not be more truer in 2025. Now, when I run an early stage fund now. We've done about 42 investments over the last year and a half, and 11 of them are from Hyderabad. And when I find companies that pitch to us, there's a certain authenticity when Hyderabad founders pitch to us. They're not trying to hype things up. They're giving you the reality. The amount that they're raising is what they need. The valuations are not in space, pun intended. They're still grounded in reality. So I see all of these things, this authenticity that we see out of Hyderabad. So my biggest question was then, we seem to have all of the ingredients. What is the missing recipe? And we spoke about this a bit, and I think one of the key things that we've identified is that we need to till now we've been playing defense, where we said, okay, when the best companies, how do we prop the best companies that are building out of Hyderabad? Instead, if you take a slightly more aggressive stance and say, how can we find the best companies, best founders that are building anywhere in India or even the US and get them to move to Hyderabad? Right? I think getting the best talent, this will happen organically where founders like Chiran, Ravi, they will choose to build out of Hyderabad. But how can we also make sure that for whom they're in Delhi or other places, how can you get them to actually move to Hyderabad because of all of the awesome things that the city has to offer? So I think getting talent to transport themselves here is, I think, going to be the biggest unlock for us. One thing I will comment on, and it has been done super successfully, is the government has put in a lot of effort and might behind bringing GCCs to Hyderabad over the last 20 years. Right? And what we have seen is when we put our mind and effort to something, results will come. And if we need the best innovation to happen out of Hyderabad, we cannot look for companies that have already scaled and say, hey, why don't you uproot yourself from a Bangalore or a Chennai or a Mumbai and come here. No, you have to find the company, the founders that are sub 10 employees and tell them about all the awesome things that Hyderabad has to offer and say, hey, why don't you decide to build out of Hyderabad? And folks like what you guys are doing, where you are actually giving them a lot of visibility into what is possible in Hyderabad, is going to go a long way. So I think for me, the one big thing is get the top talent to make Hyderabad their home, which means everybody in this room, if you see somebody that's not from Hyderabad, please make them feel welcome. And there is a pun intended here because of what's happening in another city, without getting too political. But if we make Hyderabad feel welcoming, the best founders will come here, the best early stage employees will come here, and the best companies will be built out of here.
Yeah, Kavi, while your mic is not working, I'll jump in and utilize the opportunity. One thing you said is, what can we do, say, for seeing the transformation in the next 10 years? I feel we have enough, like, more is merrier, but the kind of stuff Hyderabad has done on creating the infrastructure, the government support system, etc., is amazing. I think there's a lot of, like when I'm meeting the startups here also, they're getting the angel funds. I think the 1 million sort of a funding gap is there. After we talk of Series B and C, the bigger funds will come in and invest across India, wherever. And I think a dedicated fund focused on Hyderabad, investing $1 million in, say, 15 to 20 startups, now just makes sense. And Hyderabad has a depth to absorb it.
Amazing. Thank you. They still don't want my mic to work. Okay.
I think that was also a warning to say we're out of time. We'll do a quick, all of you are founders, startups, all of that, so I know you can all do elevator pitches. We'll do a quick 10-15 second wrap. Otherwise we'll keep talking before I get the other team in. A quick 10-15 second wrap on what is the one thing, right, that you believe. We've talked about talent, etc. Try to be as specific as we can. That you believe the ecosystem together, this includes primarily the government, it includes investors, that we should do for founders as our customers, right? And I know there are founders here, early stage ones. You also speak like the ecosystem, right? So we'll just go in a line. Maybe we'll start with Gautam. What should we together as an ecosystem do the one thing that you think matters for founders over the next 22 years for unlocking the $3 trillion economy in this state?
I think the first and foremost problem would be to identify the right problem statement and pick the use case that can actually, worth actually putting your time and effort to solve that stuff, right? And it should have an impact which is, pretty much like touching every citizen in the state and the city, right? So I think that should be the goal, and that's something that you should aspire.
Awesome. Pass it to Ravi. So Gautam says we should encourage, activate ways to identify the right problem statement. So we are all building and pushing the resources towards what matters. Ravi.
I think we all, as government, founders, everyone in the economy should really 100% believe that in order to achieve a $3 trillion economy, it's not possible just doing the same things that we've done over the past decades. We've been very successful at services, we've been very successful at domestic consumption, but what's really going to take us to 3 trillion is IP-driven products.
Amazing. Thank you, Ravi. Chiran.
So as I said, I got a call from government. So what I'm saying is there are people who are ready to help and we need help, and good mapping between these two has to happen. That is the players like the ecosystem players like T-Hub can do that. And one more thing which I can take as a takeaway from Bangalore is there are so many informal gatherings happen between the VCs, and here all the meetings are formal. So that kind of informalness should come for the startups to actually evolve.
Chiran and I were discussing that we should lose our jacket before coming on stage. And we lost our jacket because of the point he's making.
I didn't get the memo. I didn't get the memo.
You didn't get the memo. So, Chiran, fantastic point. We are too formal about this ecosystem. How do we make it a much more lively, informal community? Amazing. Aditya.
I think our infrastructure currently seems to be ahead of where demand is, but demand is catching up very feverishly. So we need to continue to invest in infrastructure. One of the big things that people talk about other cities is how long it takes to get from place to place and how much of a breeze it is to get around in Hyderabad. That needs to stay true, which means we need to continue to invest in infrastructure, in housing, in schooling, and all of the office facilities, but make sure our travel times stay low.
Amazing. Nandan, how long was your commute from the airport in Bangalore and here?
Not too long.
Let's not talk about it. But what is the one thing we should all do together for our founders?
But I think maybe this is something maybe we've jammed about a little bit in the past as well, about what can we do to be able to actually kickstart the network effects, which are really difficult to start off. But one common theme that you see across, let's say, startup hubs or clusters. This is, let's say, maybe potentially like an SF, the Bay Area or Bangalore, or there are usually anchors. These anchors are either institutions, companies, or let's say sectors primarily, right? And organically, things kind of get built out. So in the case for, let's say, Bay Area, the institution was Stanford. For Bangalore, the company was basically, let's say, Infosys and Flipkart. We built on the shoulders of Flipkart with respect to getting early employees, like early customers, everything. So usually, if you're able to identify these anchors, which are in the form of either institutions, and there is a lot of incredible institutions in Hyderabad, maybe those are like the places where the creative energy is burning and potentially maybe can be channelized to be able to really unlock Hyderabad's potential in a big way. The second is institutions or companies, which is what can be that Flipkart, which potentially can really kickstart the entire network effect in a big way. Or there are thematic islands of excellence as well, which is potentially space, defense, aerospace. So in general, are there let's say industry champions that can be born out of these, which can end up being the anchor companies which can basically spawn off a bunch of different companies, right? Like how maybe Skyroot gave rise to Perceptine. These are ways you actually kind of build network effects from, and it does take a little bit of time, but being able to encourage and really bring in these, facilitate these anchors can be a great way. And the second last point is, I actually think there is a lot to potentially also learn from maybe an ecosystem that, let's say, Texas built. It's like not really talked about a lot, but that's basically where, let's say, for example, outside of California, a lot of activity around space tech is being built. SpaceX's Starbase is there. There's like, I think, close to 100 space companies, and that's basically largely a lot of ease of doing business and regulatory arbitrage where they've laid out the red carpet. And I think that's one place where maybe Hyderabad can say, hey, if you're basically building in the space for drones, there are drone corridors. If you want to build deep tech, every deep tech company is at the end of the day a manufacturing company. Like, what can you do to be able to make sure that that part can be really, really smoothened out? I think that can lead to a place where you build a very different fabric of like a massive startup cluster, but not similar to what you see around, but in a very different direction.
Love it. Basically, we identify and build more startup heroes. Your ending pitch took longer than it takes to deliver your groceries. Over to Prabh.
Stretching the same point, so if you extend backwards, Vice, Pharma, Healthcare, or Space Tech, right, you will have names like IDPL, DRDL, BHEL come up. These are institutions that spawned a lot of institutions in return, right? So I think that the government of Telangana is going to be a large buyer, is continuing to be a large buyer, and will be a large buyer, and government anywhere. Like, for example, for space in the US, the government is the largest buyer, right? It's NASA that contracts in the end. At least for the business that I am in, I believe the government of Telangana can make it really simple for us to sell to them. I'm not just saying pitch. Pitching is super easy, right? We can get access. But what happens from pitching to contracting to deploying and to getting paid is a lot of things go wrong. And for a startup, it often leads to essentially deploying a lot of funds and getting a lot of hope. You give me a no, that's fantastic. But if you stretch me a year and then give me a no, it's really bad for me, right? So at least in healthcare, so for example, I have an idea of telling the government of Hyderabad that you should not have, government of Telangana, that nowhere in the world does any metropolis, you talk of New York, London, Paris, run its emergency services and contract it at a state level. The requirement of a village that's operated through a PHC level healthcare is very different from a metropolis, right? You need an integrated fire. If there's a fire, you can't just send only fire engines. You have to send an ambulance alongside. You have to send police. You have to send a lot of services alongside.
Right.
So it's multi-agency integrated response. While it is very different, a police can do all of that in a village, or one fire brigade can. But in a city, when you have a multi-agency integrated setup, that's what we are good at. But there is no red carpet. I'm not even expecting a red carpet. I'm saying make it a bed of thorns, but give me the way and tell me this is how you contract, and then don't ask me to be an L1, because that's not what SpaceX is to NASA. It's not L1 contractor. It is T1, and it is subsidized on top, right? How do you make sure that you build those ecosystems is give us a straight path to contract and deployment, pay us in time, if not in advance, and at least from thinking POV, have an officer, have people who don't think L1 all the time.
Yeah, no, this is great. You also take longer than your ambulances to arrive, but I think it's important to call this out. There's a fun story on the ambulance, I'll tell you after this. But we have our Deputy Secretary Bhavesh Mishra sir here, who's always hiding in the background. But he did something very interesting. He also looks after TGMDC, which is the Mineral Deposits Corporation for the state. I got it wrong. He's laughing at me. But they recently floated a tender for drone companies to identify volume using volumetric computational vision, to identify volume of available, minerals or stock at yards. This is unseen before. We don't have governments floating tenders for asking drone companies to do this, right? So there is a very good example of that. The fun story I was going to say, and you guys should try this, is when Prabha and I met the first time, he challenged me to see whether an Uber or an ambulance will arrive before. We opened both apps side by side, Uber and Red Health. If you didn't know this, Red Health is also India's Uber ambulance app. And the ambulance came before the Uber, and we cancelled both without doing anything, obviously. Pranay, over to you. What more should we do? You already took a little bit of that, but tell us more, and then we'll end with Gaurav.
Yeah, so $30 to $50 million fund by Telangana for Telangana. That's one. The second is, so at least for me, I believe there's already a lot of awesome happening. We should just be even more into storytelling. And not just in India, but globally. Like Silicon Valley VC fund should think Hyderabad first, even before they think India. Those are two things. Simple.
Amazing, thank you. Gaurav, parting words.
So, see, 2047 vision is a nationwide vision. Every state has to contribute. I think Telangana, seeing everything that has happened in the past 2 days, it's extremely promising. But just a few seconds and few thoughts that I would like to leave everyone with is that we really need to focus on what it takes to commercialize innovation. We need to ensure that there is patient capital available to nurture these businesses, and anything that the state level governments can do to support that would be encouraged.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And from a Aurora Venture Partners standpoint, what I can say is that, you know, you're talking about a $30-50 million fund. We do plan on, it's already in the works, to dedicate at least 100 to 200 crores specifically towards startups that are being incubated in this region.
200 crores for Telangana.
100.
Amazing. 100 to
We'll get to the final number, but
I always round up numbers,
yes.
Gaurav, as you observe. I want to add that the state yesterday announced a 1,000 crore fund of funds, one of the largest in the country, which will then spawn into, you know, what all other investors are doing. So I guess we're on the path of what we want to do. I will add one last bit on the question I asked myself. I think startups have become synonymous with internet technology, but more importantly, startups have become synonymous with urban, both problems and founders, and it has become synonymous with mostly middle-aged male founders. I think those are two unlocks that we haven't done a good job of, both going into, you know the theme of the summit, going beyond the urban areas into peri-urban and the rural agri sort of regional economies. I think as founders, as startup ecosystem, we are not doing that enough, and bringing in that diversity, thinking all the way through grassroots with a diversity, set of founders, I think is a big unlock that's waiting to happen. Thank you so much to all the panelists and to everyone. We have a short, conversation here. I want to call upon Philip and Clemens. You guys should stay. And then if time allows and we don't get called for the final session, the reveal of the 2047 Telangana vision, then we will also do questions. Please join me in welcoming Philip and Clemens. I'll give a quick intro and then it's over to you guys. Okay. Philip and Clemens run a company called First Gen, spelled very differently because that's what startups do. Philip is the CEO and co-founder, and Clemens is the Chief Impact Officer and also looks after government relationships. They have done a very interesting job of creating a startup that will commercialize non-commercial innovations. I will hand it over to them to show us what they do. And you also have a demo for us up on the screen. Over to you guys. Do you want on the microphone?
Okay, sure. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving us like a few minutes here to introduce ourselves and hopefully give like a little different perspective on the startup ecosystem. What we heard here is exactly what drove me to invent hopefully something new which can add value to Telangana, to Hyderabad, but also India, but also other parts of the globe, because you mentioned all the problems we basically have in the startup ecosystem. You need perfect founders, how to find them, no matter what program came up, even Y Combinator, whatever, the probabilities of success didn't rise. Billions of people are excluded globally from the innovation ecosystem. You have a lack of funds, it takes too long, the investment probability, investment quota, 3, 4, 5% is way too low. It's always like hunting for the next unicorn. And if you add like some additional information, like 3% on average, more or less, of all innovation gets funding. From these 3%, 90, depending on the statistic, to 99% fail. It takes forever to deploy it. And whenever you start a company, I'm a serial entrepreneur as well. I was twice a billionaire, twice nothing to eat. I had it all, internal murder, all this stuff when money steps in. And I was like, we have to do something new. Because the backbone of every society, in my opinion, is like when startups are successful, they become SMEs, right? Small and medium-sized enterprises, sometimes here an M is in front of it. So how to increase probabilities, give everybody a chance, speed up the innovation, and make sure you can deploy way more purposeful innovation, not just the moonshot programs globally. And this is basically what we're executing on. Clémence will just in a few seconds demonstrate she has to stand down there. Just something of a live system where we basically do everything different. In our system, the innovator does not become the entrepreneur. So it's a system where if you don't want to become an entrepreneur, you don't have to do it anymore. You don't have to take the hassle or the shelved IP. We need more intellectual property-driven companies. So basically what we do, we centralize entrepreneurship. Everybody globally can apply. We partnered with 200 universities starting here in Telangana 1.5 years ago. We have an office in Tiab, Delhi, and we are expanding our way here in the Indian market because I really love the attitude here. Let's do it. So the goal is to, if you automate company building until Series A level, until the end of Valley of Death, always the same reasons why companies fail. Mostly it's founders driven, or we call it negative value destructive human behavior, ego, greed, no self-reflection. Then it takes forever to receive funds, right? And you can't pay your team, you lose reputation, and all this hassle begins. We basically bridge the valley of death, and then we hand we add market demand, real orders, and then we hand them over to the industry for production. So we're expecting to be able, with that new system, with full automation, we expect to create up to 100,000 companies per year. Sounds crazy if you compare it with the manual approach, but we're going to score 500,000 to 1 million patents and later stage ideas. Doesn't have to be patented. We have a way higher contractual rate. Why? Because we don't have to judge teams. We are the team centrally. So we can also focus on just purposeful innovation. We can give tons of people more chances. We have a fair payout system, no round financing anymore. Everybody has a fair cut, also the academic side, which is completely underplayed all the time. And founders end up after all the hassle, if they make it, with 1 to 10%. You can look it up, these statistics. So we are dedicated also to Hyderabad and also Telangana. Today we just decided to do way more here, thanks to my partner here, Raj Rangapandu. And we're going to deploy and we're going to build up to 1,000 companies just for Telangana alone. Sounds crazy, but this should result in up to 250,000 new jobs, 250,000 families having new income, whatever, or additional income within the next 24 months, starting in Q1 in 2026. So it's not just theory, it's actually almost live. We put in there 5 years, almost died ourselves 3 times. And we're now really well back. We have all resources. We're really happy to do so, but it's really blood, sweat, and tears. But then imagine you're an innovator, you can outsource these blood, sweat, and tears and sleepless nights, right? And this is what we do. And so, Clémence, if you go to the laptop and just like 2-3 minutes, 1-2 minutes, show a little bit from our ecosystem. The storyline is more about SMEs, less startups. We have no startup wording in our system. Yeah, that's what we do. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I will just, for practicality reasons, be standing over here while I demystify how is it possible that we're able to create so many companies in parallel. When you remove founder dependency and you replace it with a tech AI-driven platform and you introduce standardization and automation to company building, you can not only reduce dramatically the risk of failure, but also dramatically reduce the cost of company building. So here on our this is our main website, and you can learn more about us as firstgen.com, where we go over our vision to be the biggest machine for creating small and medium enterprises and contribute to global GDP through mass commercialization of IP. And you can actually check out some of our companies that we've already incorporated and created. Many of these actually come from India. So we are a global platform, but we've already created 134 companies. Some of them are even from Telangana. All of them have to align with at least one UN SDG. So all of the innovations that we select and very quickly also, we work with different target groups, right? So we work with innovators, with universities, investors, governments. We have specific web pages because we have different target groups. So this website is specifically for academic partners and innovators. And I'd like to come over to our platform where we have, it's a center of all engagement. So this is where anyone can sign up and basically take part. So this is where innovators can apply. We can actually filter through up to 500,000 patent applications a year. So obviously this is not done manually. We actually wanted to give you a quick insight as to what the back end of our platform looks like. These are some of the innovation submissions that we've received. So for example, here we can click and see what was the scoring done. So again, this scoring was done automatically through AI. We can actually go through the portfolio side as if we were an investor who wanted to acquire or buy some of the shares. And to give you a concrete example of one of the companies from here, from Telangana itself, it's an innovation that helps visually impaired people see better. So, for instance, has its own website. So this is just to make tangible what we do, but connecting it to the 47 agenda and to the trillions of dollars of untapped potential that we have in IP. This is how we're contributing to how SMEs are created and scaled in a new way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One few last words. So how we place it is not a competition to venture capital. So even Morgan Stanley, whatever large investment bank says, the venture capital was invented in 1946, right? And they say it's the first alternative to really create companies. But imagine if you're a VC, you have a portfolio, you have 9 out of 10 failures. If you're better, I think you're better. That was awesome. If you're, let's say, you can give your failed innovation a second chance to basically decrease your write-offs, right? To increase your IRR in the portfolio, then you could also reinvest more, right? It compounds over time. 2 or 3 facts and figures. We created a 3-digit number within 2 weeks, like as a test run. We are entering like 4 digits per month as we actively create. 5 digits as goal mid next year. We cut the cost compared to manual company building by up to 99.6%. So when before you have to invest 1 million, right? We basically can do that with, okay, you can do the math. Sounds crazy, but it just also counts for the early stage side, meaning you also de-risk early stage because you have 99.6% less risk of default, right? The last 0.4 we cover with our earnings, right? And yeah, so we are openly look for collaborations if wanted, right? We already have 75 partners here in India from the university side. We are the TIAP. Yeah, thank you so much again.
Thank you so much, Philip.
And, yeah, thank you for a little listening to like something different where everything...
No, I don't think any startup session is interesting without seeing a product in action. So I'm so glad that you guys did that. We do have, I'm told we have 10 minutes before the next session. So we can do 3-4 questions for both Clemens, Philip, and the panel here.
We'll pass a mic around. Maybe we can do 2 or 3 questions if you guys have any questions. Yes, sir. We'll start there and then we'll come back to you. Can you guys pass the mic? You can take this room. Stay back, Philip. Clemens, why don't you join us?
One second. You want a mic for the audience, right? One mic for the audience, please. Thank you.
You please tell us also who the question is for. The mic's not working. It's intentional. I don't know why they're doing this. Guys, can we get the microphone on there? Can you pass the other one? Are you on? No.
Hello,
Okay.
hello. Yeah. So, hi, this is for all, in fact.
I'll pick one.
Yeah, you can pick one. Okay, hi, thank you for giving me this opportunity. First, I ask a question. My name is Raju. I'm co-founder of a generative AI company called Generative Minds. We are building a massive project for Indian Navy. It's a no internet based, and we are doing almost like for them 140,000 employees data and 250 ships and 200,000 hospitals data. We're automating it. Millions of documents, we are automating it using like in-house built open source architecture. Couple of investors saw our progress, and one of the UK investors showed very much interest. They sent the LOI also, saying like they want to invest, but they want a partner in India so that they can actually match the funding.
Got it.
The issue is here, I mean, I don't know, people when I talk to like in Gujarat or like, in Gurgaon, they're saying getting funding is easy when I'm in like, Gujarat or like in Gurgaon. I'm not sure, I'm in Hyderabad. I think I'm seeking help from you guys.
No, thank you. Thank you for your question, Raju Garu. You're saying that you want to build something along with what you're doing in the US, also in India, and you're seeking co-investment. You're figuring out where should we do it, and you're getting mixed views on where it should happen. The answer to that question is it should be done from Telangana. But I will let, Gaurav, do you want to take this? Do you want to just react to what it means? Because we always hear about examples, founders building from here and then going, out to the US. Or you can come up here and tell us if, tell us what's the right way to do it for people who are building there and want to do something here in India. How does investments work?
No, sorry, actually.
No, I believe your startup is already based in Hyderabad, right?
Yes, yes.
And you have a UK investor who's
Yes.
issued an LOI, but they want an Indian investor on the cap table too.
Yes, yes. And also, we are building this massive generative AI agentic platform. It's going to be very much helpful entire universe, like where the data is sovereign and the data protection is there. OpenAI only takes 1 or 2 files.
Sure.
But we are doing it in massive, like lakhs of files here, and pre-process them any kind of file format, including like you say Excel also, which has like thousands of rows.
See, let me just address the funding aspect of it,
Yes.
right? I mean, you made a reference to Gurgaon and other regions in India that perhaps attract more venture capital. I would say Hyderabad has enough of these pockets. You should definitely get in touch with T-Hub. We are participating and doing a lot of work there. We'll be happy to evaluate and be supportive. But what I would like to leave you with is that there are enough and more sources for capital. I mean, I would not isolate that to any specific region. Just get a hold of the right targets. And
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. One more quick, short question. I think we have many. We'll start with sir here, go back there. If you still have time, we'll. Sir, please keep it short. Food is also taking time, so are ambulances, so we don't have too much time today. Just keep it really short. Thank you.
My name is V.N. Vishnu. So I retired as Principal Secretary, Government of Telangana, General Administration Department. So I worked for 36 years. And by God's grace, 30 years was in the districts. Even the cadre of the senior secretary level, I was a district magistrate of Guntur district. And the last 6 years also, almost about 5 years I spent in the villages, because entire Telangana I was posted as the role observer, that is election role
Fantastic.
observer by the Election Commission of India. And I've seen the tribal areas, the rural areas, the urban areas, and now actually I should reveal the actual story here.
Vishnu Garu, we'd love to get a question from you, please.
The question is...
So that then we can pick someone from the panel.
No, the question is, today actually Telangana is future ready.
Yes, sir.
The very reason is, every village is connected by fiber optic cable.
Right,
every
sir.
village. And then every village is connected, every household with a piped drinking water. So with that actually, your actually pure and rare, it can easily integrate into this startup ecosystem in the
Right.
state. It can really...
I think both smartphone availability, many people don't know this, but usage of 5G, average per user is 22 GB. And so I think, how do we unlock what we have learned in urban India with startups? How do we take that to rural and agri areas and use what's available today through smartphones and 5G? I think beyond market expansion, that's something we have to do together as an ecosystem.
Yeah.
We are super tight on time.
Last question.
Sir, last question for you.
Yeah. So why do entrepreneurs need to tap your what you call gates or doors? Rather, if there is a democratic platform where entrepreneurs only put his profile at one place and let the venture capitalist or debt funds or sovereign whatever financial platforms or products, let them change the entrepreneurs. Instead of entrepreneurs going and tapping all the venture capitalists, let them have a democratic interface where both should be given equal, what you call, level playing field and respect.
No, agreed, sir. I think it's a very good idea. How do we build a platform for what's working so that more entrepreneurs across grassroots, rural, beyond urban can have access to it? And we flip the method and say, how do VCs, actually that's what by the way today also happens, how do investors go beyond founders instead of the opposite happening using a platform? We saw a similar platform in action today. Thank you so much for your thoughts. We are out of time. I'll hand it back to the MC to wrap up this session, and then we can all head to Hall 1.
I think because the session has been so productive, let's give a big round of applause. Yes, why not? The session has been such a productive and engaging session and such an important role in the future of Telangana or any place to grow. We are sure to have so many things running up in our mind. We can always discuss over a coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we end our day 2 final session of the Telangana Rising Utsav. Give a big round of applause for the Vision 2047. I cordially thank all our speakers, esteemed speakers, for sharing all the amazing initiatives, energizing all the thoughtful perspectives. The session reinforced the innovation that is not at the moment. It's a movement and Telangana is amazingly proud of it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. My absolute pleasure to invite Shri Bhavesh Mishra sir with a huge round of applause, our Deputy Secretary, IT and Head of Telangana Mineral Development Corporation with a huge round of applause to do the honors for our valuable speakers. All right, oh sure. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Philip. You heard him a lot today. Let us have you a little center of the stage for the photographers to take nice pictures and have great memories. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause, Mr. Philip, founder and CEO, First Gen. Moving on, Miss Clemency, give a big round of applause to her. Let's welcome her, the Chief Impact Officer of FESGen. So today we proudly present two iconic GI tag treasures of Telangana, the exquisite Pochampalli Kutch shawls, renowned for their intricate tie and dye weaving, embody the timeless skills of our artisans. Complementing them are the vibrant cherry marks, handicraft in the traditional storytelling that carries centuries of Telangana's cultural heritage. Let us celebrate these GI recognized art forms and the master craftsmen who keep our traditions alive. Thank you. Moving on, the co-founder Swiggy, give it up for him. After this, you can Swiggy. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Nandan Reddy. Please don't forget to feed us before you leave. Give a big round of applause. Thank you. Moving on, Mr. Aditya Vuchi, founder and managing partner, VC Mint. Huge round of applause to him. Mr. Gaurav Gulati, huge round of applause as we welcome him, the founder and managing partner, Aroa Venture Partners. Thank you. Mr. Gautam Kurumella, huge round of applause to him, the Startup Solutions Architect Leader, Amazon Web Series. What a great innovation. Let's give a round of applause. Mr. Pranay Gupta, the co-founder, 91 Springboard, on board. Give a big round of applause to him. Then we have the founder and CEO of Red Health, Mr. Prabheet Singh. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, the founder, Cosmoserve. Give a big round of applause, Mr. Chiranjeevi Fanindra, on board. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Moving on, the co-founder, Perceptine, Mr. Ravi Teja Chivkula, with a huge round of applause. And then we have, thank you so much. Then we have your favorite, give a big round of applause for the CEO of T-Hub, Kavi Kruth, on board, the moderator of this amazing session, because there is a lot of resounding there. All right, thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. Can we request all of you to please come aboard for a group picture? You can keep all of that aside. You'll have bags here below the stage. We are providing jute bags for you for all of that. Please pose for a nice picture. Yeah, the T-Hub team, the incredible T-Hub team to kindly join us. A group photograph. All the T-Hub team to kindly come forward. So, all the T-Hub team, please, quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just few minutes left for the unveiling of the Telangana 2047 vision document by our Honorable CM, the Chief Minister, Ennumala Revanth Reddy Garu, at 6 p.m. in the outdoor lawns, followed by the drone show. We are set, all set, to witness the amazing drone show in the lawns, which is followed after the unveiling of the Honorable CM unveiling the document at 6 p.m. in the lawns. We are all set for the world record, ladies and gentlemen. Request all of you to kindly be available. Thank you. Thank you so much, each and everyone, all the dignitaries and honorable panelists. Thank you so much, each and everyone. This is MC Anusha signing off for the day. Thank you so much.